Okay, so that was interesting. Apparently, Microsoft found it necessary to change my mic input, so that's the thing that happened. But yeah, alright, we're starting the stream about an hour late. Fun fact, there was a Windows update that took my streaming rig about an hour to chew its way through. Well, actually more like an hour and a half. So that's cool. Oh god, and Firefox apparently is trying to launch an update right now as well. One second. Thanks, Firefox. Oh dear. Why are you launching? Apparently everything is trying to do something. But hopefully those of you who are joining the stream this evening are having a great day or night or whatever it is you're doing. Figure let's play some random Sega Saturn crap for a while, and let me go ahead and turn this down. I feel like that's probably loud. I don't know. You'll have to tell me. We had the numbers jump up and they jump down and get up and get down, jump around. Feel like House of Pain. Oh man, starting a stream at 11 o'clock at night is never a good way to go about it. Okay. Yeah, we got Clockwork Knight. I feel like I should let it play through the intro, but I guess we're just going to go ahead and start. But yeah, hope everyone's having a good night. Let's just kind of let this go for a while, and yeah. That's easy. Alright. Oh, okay, you gotta tap it, that's what. Oh, messed that one up. Oh, and you can just... Wait, you just hold it? Nope, you gotta tap it, never mind. It's been a minute since I played Clockwork Knight. But yeah, I hope you guys are having a good night. Oh god, I looked at the chat. It was a mistake. David, how you doing? Oh god. I'm gonna impale myself on sharpened pencils. Yeah, I meant to start about an hour ago, but my streaming computer that I have in my garage I don't have on that often. So unfortunately, I had to chew through a Windows update for about an hour and a half, so that was cool. Really? Music/sounds. Am I coming across gargle? Or just the game audio? Let me do a thing here. Jim, how you doing? Oh, weird. Of course, Windows Update. Man, how you doing, man? Of course, Windows Update will always impact things in funny ways. So let me know. Let's try this. I'm going to turn the... I'll leave myself at the right audio. Then we'll check the game audio here, though. Alright. Let me know if that's still gargled. Just let that play for a minute and see if it comes through kind of weird. Still going on skipping. Really? My dog is complaining now. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Gotta love Windows updates, screwing with stuff. Let me check this here. So it wouldn't be an Historicnerd stream if there wasn't some type of troubleshooting live on the air with all of you. So let's just keep this going. The game is so weird, the garlic music kind of fits. Still skipping, okay. Audio output capture. Barker, really? Really? Now you're going to give me crap? So my dog apparently wants to help. Ah, that's interesting. You know, there may just be no game audio tonight. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Let's take a look here. So what would cause that? My audio is coming through fine. Game audio is coming through gargled and skippy. Just lower the volume and trucking along. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, pretty much. Screw the net. How you doing, man? Weird. Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good, Stry. So I'm trying to think if it's just a really quick fix here. So I got color range, buffering, auto detect. That's for video, though. Sorry, give me one sec, guys. I apologize for the terrible nature. What does that do? What does that do? If I do that. Still gargled and gross? Let me know. Gonna wait for the chat to let me know if that's trash. Gargled, yes. Oh, man. Ah, it's just pot rock. It's just whatever. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's just clockwork night. It's okay. All right, so apparently changing that audio setting didn't do anything. So that's cool. Capture audio only. All right, so we're just going to go ahead and play without game audio, because that's bad. And, Barca, come here. I swear to God, if you knock over that tripod... Come on, come on. Lay down. There you go. Good girl. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and just, stretch that to 16.9. That's my mistake, apparently. I'm just not stretching it to 16.9. So, yeah, what's weird is I'm getting it... Well, I guess I can just turn it up here and you can capture it in the background. Just hear it vaguely, probably. Not well, though. No, I'm going to leave myself behind it. No. Oh my God, beautiful. I love it. There we go. Just see half my head. That's the way we want to do it. Jesus. Well, here's a moral of the story. You know, when things work, don't update them. Don't ever change anything. Otherwise, it just breaks things, apparently. Yeah. Kill audio, please. Hey, Smoke, what's up, man? Jeez. Oh, man. Uh, this reminds me of the bootleg sampler. Why not play music of Pearl Jam or Metallica? What could possibly go wrong? You know, I think I could probably get away with playing that during the stream, but I think if they got too many notes in like order, like the stream would be blocked pretty much no matter what at the end. The issue that I'd run into would be that if they like pulled the stream down, 4720. It's the way to do it, man. It's the Saturn's fault. I'm blaming it at that. I think honestly, I probably just need to reboot and like set every stuff up and check for updates on my OBS. But you know what? We've already started, so let's just kind of go this way. Yeah, but Smoke, you're welcome to jump in the chat if you want to come on, man. Not sure if you have drinking you want to do tonight. $47.20. I love it. I need to make 16 Niner shirts. I need to do that. Just sell those, like, design some stuff. But I still need to send out my next, like, Patreon tier freaking cartridge. Like, I have the design, like, I have, like, a lot of the initial, like, drawing work done. I just need to get it out. It's like a robot fighting in front of a like, apocalypse hellscape that I drew. Just need to finish piecing it together. Actual hardware? This is actual hardware, so it's actually on a... Going to be on for a while? Yeah, man. I'll be on for a bit. Yeah, actual, it's a Model 2 Sega Saturn going via SCART to an OSSC is the way I'm doing it, Dad. The fuck is your music? You might be hearing the audio in the background because I just have the TV turned up now because apparently I can't capture the music directly through my capture card. I forgot you had to jump before that. Two robots enter, one must fall. You drinking Stry or no? Let's see, Jonathan G. So I've been uploading multiple track versions of PS1 music. Instant copyright claim, of course. But I'm going to experiment. Play them backwards. Blink your eye. Yeah, that's what's happening. Yeah, I do have a Saturn, Chris. I just, I don't know, I'm just not a big Saturn fan, but I figured I hadn't played it in a while. So I'm like, you know what? Why not? I haven't touched it in a bit. So I only brought down a handful of the Saturn titles I have. So yeah. But I intentionally brought down some really bad Saturn games just so I could punish all of you with them. Because I'm a monster. The joke is I think they're all bad. But no, I have some legit really bad ones I brought down to torture all of you with. You guys were streaming late last weekend? Oh yeah, I was going to like 3 in the morning. That was oddly enough though, despite how much I drank, I really wasn't that hungover, so I was rather happy. But then again, I also like after I get done drinking and streaming, I just go and chug like 2 giant Gatorades and then go to bed. And I usually feel just fine in the morning. And then my daughter proceeds to wake me up at 7, and then that's just, well, one of my daughters anyway. The other one's kind of a wild card as to when she wakes up. Modded by Japanese software, or? Oh, modded. No, so essentially what I have going on right now is this is a normal Saturn. I have it soft modded via a pseudo Saturn cart and an action replay that I spent time doing because there's a number of my Saturn games that have like cracks in the disc. keep dropping the controller. So I was like wanted to play them without ruining my existing discs. Discs. Apparently that's a hard word for me to say. But yeah, so I to pseudo Saturn it. So then I ended up burning some other games. Like I don't have Shining Arc or Shining the Holy Arc or Dragon Force, which I think Dragon Force is a game. It's probably one of the only Saturn games I've been willing to pay $100 for. But I haven't seen one in the wild that's fully intact. But I think it's going for way more now. This is... Trader Joe's Tequila. That sounds wonderful. I'm playing that. Let's see. What is Stry drinking this evening? Let's check him out. Oh, what is that? This is a weird collection of... Oh, it's 8-bit beer? That's got like another okay, interesting. Analog Brewing. Is this like something local, or do you have to order that, Stry? Elevator Action 2 is my favorite. Go see, how cold is it tonight? God, me too. How cold is it out here tonight? It's currently 32 degrees Fahrenheit where I am. It's probably a little warmer in the area I'm at, but yeah, it's from Edmonton. Oh, okay, so not too far from you, or maybe not. I don't know any of the Canadian provinces. Okay. Yeah, hard to believe that was like 4 years ago there, Stray. Yeah, it's been a while. Been a long time since I drunkenly wandered the streets of Shenmue looking for sailors and the black car on the day it rained. God, I miss Sega. Man, I'm right there with you. Who was it? It was, oh god, there was a channel, I think Retro Collectors, put out a video where he talked about, like, if you inherited $40 billion from somebody. Oh yeah, I think you posted a picture on your Twitter, didn't you? It's like Red, right, Stray? Instead of a Cars sequel, Pixar should have made a World War II Cars prequel. Well, I mean, they have, the movie Planes has bits and sequences from World War II, where it's like the USS Missouri is fighting Japanese Zeros, I think, or something along those lines. I think I've already told you my theory about cars. Let's see, Sci-Fi HQ. What have you ever played? Let's see. What up? Have you ever played Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 Remastered? No, I have not actually played Remastered. I played Modern Warfare 3 and 4 when they came out originally, but I haven't really touched Call of Duty in a while. Oh, come on. Oh, wait. Ah, here we go. L, okay. Yeah, one of these. Cars is a sequel to Maximum Overdrive. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I've always believed that Cars is within the Maximum Overdrive universe. So you have that. But then also, but if Cars is not in fact the Maximum Overdrive universe, and that there is a... if you have like a Corsair within the Planes universe, which isn't the Cars universe, means that because that plane was specifically developed for World War II, that means that quite literally there's a car Hitler somewhere. Car Hirohito, car Tojo, all that. Okay, okay, I'll check it out, Stephanie. Yeah, I've been meaning to get back into Call of Duty stuff. I just haven't had an opportunity to really sit down and play it, just because I haven't been too heavy in FPSs. So my Dreamcast got the HDMI mod, been testing it all day, and upscaling 1080p rocks. But the disk drive is now faulty. Really? Have you checked your fan to see if it's working right? But I mean, I feel like the SD mods, you can get those pretty cheap from, like Wish.com and stuff. I think like, what, $80? So you can do those, or you can do what Stride's talking about, the mode ones. Little narrow front grill. It's my random thoughts. But man, I've been really fighting the urge to try or to get Escape from Tarkov. Been really fighting the urge to pick up that game. Oh. Oh, jeez. Come on. That's kind of crap. It can hit you in the air like that because you're so far away. See, this is the stuff I missed from Sega. Just the off-the-wall shit. Like, you have the Yakuza stuff now, but you don't really have this original vein of... Oh, God, I couldn't turn fast enough, apparently. The Yakuza vein of absurdity that I don't think Sega will ever quite return to. Let's see here. Sorry, I've been checking it out. Dad, grab the mode for the Dreamcast and get the SD mount extender laser beer. Grab a 1 terabyte SSD and fill her up. There's a car Pope. All right, that's interesting. Dave, what's up, man? Who decided who's qualified in Buffalo Ranch? Ah, I mean, clearly the Buffalo Council. They're the ones who decide what the Buffalo Hot is. I don't know. The thing that pisses me off is I'm very much that a Buffalo hot sauce is red sauce, like a red orangey sauce, right? But like Buffalo Wild Wings, their buffalo is a rub. I think it's bullshit. That's just me. Oh, God. Apparently this hat is just kicking my ass. Oh, fuck. Apparently I'm like too sober. The pre-rendered version of the hat, like the way it falls in the environment, makes me think it's further away. Why is there a high-pitched just frequency just stuck? Why? That's awful. I don't know if you guys can hear it through my mic or not. But yeah, we're having to pause the audio because... Get the creepy-ass head here. There we go, now it restarted. Jesus, that was an absolutely horrible noise. Apparently, the stabbing the head with my key didn't take. I'm gonna blame that on the game, and clearly it wasn't me at all. I mean, there's no performance error there. Somebody had a bit of buffalo meat, Hidden Valley Ranch, and thought it would be better than chocolate. Cars, maybe. Oh, 7. That I absolutely love. Too bad for Sega that Nintendo and Rare didn't get the memo about these graphics being only possible on 32-bit systems. Now, just from like just a perspective thing in terms of like how I felt about the Saturn and 2D games, because right around the time the Saturn came out, you had that really large jump with the Saturn and the PlayStation to the full 3D environment type stuff. And I always felt like the Saturn, despite its like more powerful potential, it was always a more on rails experience than what you got on either the PlayStation or, and well, N64 came out later, but it's always very much a more dictated path than what you would do in 3D environments. Hey, Historicnerd, how you doing, man? Smeal, how you doing, man? But yeah, I have to say, like Donkey Kong for sure, in terms of just pure sales alone, kept the Super Nintendo on the map. But then also, like the Genesis had a lot of those pre-rendered things as well. But then again, Sega pulled support for the Genesis pretty early on, at least in that fight, to focus pretty much exclusively on the Saturn. Because I don't know, I still feel like the 32X with freaking amazing platform, the stuff you can do with it. There was a guy who put my God, what game did he port to the 32X? It just looked absolutely insane. I'm drawing a blank on it, but anyway, there's a video out there of stuff for the 32X that looks absolutely astounding. That if they'd just been given time to use that platform to its potential, it could have been pushing out just nuts stuff. Especially within working in tandem with the Sega CD. Cool kids call that a mini. Oh man, Benadryl. Oh, bummer. Oh, I'm super curious. Try and remember Historicnerd. Okay. Virtual hamster. Yeah. That would have been a game changer, virtual hamster. You're talking about there, Dad. Or they've called it Virtua Hamster. Oh, God, no, God. With the Richard Gere bonus level. Let's see your demo. What does it involve? Like, what could I look to try and find it? Oh, God. Oh, my God. It was posted on the 32X subreddit like a month ago. But as far as search terms, I can't remember. Room scale VR. In other pointless and unrelated news, bottle of big Carson pork rub. Big Mo Cassin. Gotta pork your meat. God, I have a buddy. Dude has this psycho smoker, and man, it's just so nice to go over there just because he just loves to cook meat. I'm like, yes. Let's get the meat sweats. W. Oh wait, I have to look. Oh, we have to look at the letter that's flashing and then land on the letter. I did not watch the Superman and Lois pilot. I've seen like little clips for it, but I haven't bothered to watch it yet. Just because I find the Superman actor they chose looks kind of weird to me. Like he doesn't look like Superman to me. No, I have standards. Well, like he was waiting. How was it? Oh my God, what was it called? I really want to remember what that 32X port was called. It was absolutely phenomenal, though. Like, it looked basically like someone had ported Ultima Underworld to the freaking 32X, but better graphics. No, it's not Ultimate Doom. Used to hang out with a couple from Texas who would smoke meat and invite us over for board games. 17-hour slow cook. Nice. He is strange, but the act is good. I'll have to check it out. When did you first get your Saturn? Early 94, later. So me, I never got a Saturn when I was younger. Like I played it at a buddy's house. I really like in my part of California. It wasn't. We had like one of our main like sellers of game systems was KB Toys, and they didn't carry the Saturn for pretty much its entire lifespan. so like, so I only had like one buddy growing up that had a Saturn, and he was it was pretty cool going over there and playing Tomb Raider because it was on there first. But no, I never owned a Saturn until much later. Like I picked my Saturn up maybe about 10 years ago at this point. But I played a lot of Saturn games, but I guess only knew one person growing up that had one. Like tons of PlayStations. God, man. Yeah, it's on Sega 32X. Yeah, it should be on there. I'm trying to remember like when it was. I think it was about a month ago when that was posted. Sorry, Stry. But I think yeah, Stry, you got your 32X modded, right? You did like the noise mod and all that, and Jacob's Ladder VR game. Shit, I might get VR for that. If it's like at least if it follows the original and not the remake, watch the hell out of that. Let's see here, I've always been a real nice bottle of scotch. Oh, nice. Let's see, I had a PC. It was basically it when I was a kid. Yeah, I had a PC as well, but it was never really a dedicated gaming computer though. But it was always like we got kicked off, and my mom wanted to pay bills and look at pictures. But it wasn't like. But so like I know my brothers and I we installed Quake and Doom and all kinds of crap on it, all like Wolfenstein, pretty much all the freaking Wing Commander games. Played those ton on the computer growing up. Then oh, it was awesome. Yeah, played Age of Empires. God, I was a huge PC gamer as well growing up. 32X, at least you can play. Wait, was there a 32X port of Die Hard Arcade? I'd play that. Oh, okay, your Genesis, triple bypass. All right. You ever like I picked that up and I like did a ton of work making sure that 32X worked for you before I mailed it out to you because I was just really concerned that you'd get it and it wouldn't work, but I just cleaned the crap out of it and made it work for you. So I can't wait for the Dancing Reptile sequel with Penna and the Jacob Slider game. Rated H for hentai as hell. If DAC phones were Transformers, it'd be Rumble and Frenzy. We used to download GTA 2 demos every day at home. I had a buddy who, I don't know if you guys ever played Lineage 2, but he installed it on his well, he had, because Lineage 2 you could play just off the executable file. And so he had it installed on his iPod. And he would play that shit in the library on lunch. I always thought that was pretty amusing. It's the triple bypass, but not the Triple H bypass. What is Triple H doing these days? Is he still wrestling? The last movie I saw him in was Blade 3? Oh my god. Well, apparently that was Whoa! Jelly Andos. Thanks, man. Have a beer on me. I managed to acquire an Xbox Series X yesterday. It's crazy how gaming has changed so much. Enjoy your content as oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm working on another video right now, so I probably won't stream tomorrow. Just because I really want to get work done on that. But man, like holy crap, my freaking work schedule has been just psychotic. It's like there was a week about a couple weeks ago I put in like 20 hours of freaking overtime. Well, overtime. I don't get paid for it, but yeah. Oh, damn it. But appreciate the donation, Jonathan. Yeah, I've been pondering getting a Series X, because it's, I understand it's fully reverse compatible with the prior Xbox generations, right? God, that'd be fun. Your wife must be really, really love you to allow you to hang out. She does, yeah. She has the patience of a saint to put up with me for the better part of, actually, no, over a decade now. Oh god, I panicked at the end there. Mostly working on WWE NEX plus video game. Ah, fun. Hey, Kiwi, what's up, man? Not fully compatible, but still runs about 40% of this 360 library and 4% of the OG. Oh, okay. Only 4%? That's a bummer. Oh god. I can do this. I've done this like way drunker before. I know I can. Okay, there we go. Okay. Jack and my wife and I now, I think in August this year, it'll be 13 years we've been married. You found my Neptune case? Oh, fun. So I should have a fun little treat here next month for you when I finish doing some more tweaks to that. So, should have the next iteration of the Neptune case where it can actually like accommodate internal components. This really nice gent from Washington, apparently he did a crap ton of work where he basically 3D scanned Genesis Model 2 cases, like really accurate 3D scanner. And so I have that, which I'm like incorporating into the model I'm working on. And so, should be great. So I should have something here pretty soon. At least for the next generation, at least for the next iteration of that I'll spend a week 3D printing. Damn it. Am I supposed to attack that, or is it just blown up? Okay. Huh. Okay, where did I see it then? I know it's out there, Stry. I apologize. I really should have saved that link, because it was visually impressive. Which means no... Oh, really? No Mecha Solid? God, I love Mecha Solid. That was cool. Because that was one of the first, like, main... Was that one of the first major, like, Xbox Live games on there? I guess remember that being, like, one of the big ones. They're like, oh, maybe we'll play Mecha Solid with other people. God, that Neptune case, like, my first little, like, prototype full-size mock-up one, it's, like, 10% bigger than it should be. And I did the infill at, like, way higher percentage than I should have. So that, so I think I must use like a pound of fucking plastic to put that, no, probably like 2 pounds of plastic, getting that thing going. Man, I might have to refill my drink here in a minute. But, yeah, got good stuff. You gotta love, like, just overtly Japanese games and concepts here. I love how it's just a toy can and then for some reason there are just tea bags in this room. Remember the first time I saw that, I thought they were like vacuum cleaners. I'm like, I don't understand. But even the tea bags are kind of weird. But I find that to be very one of those things where it just comes across from, like, I guess, early English literature or comics and caricatures are popular in Japan, at least where they were with this generation of animators and designers. Like Little Nemo is an example of that. That old 1890s cartoon that was immensely popular in Japan for whatever reason. Oh, Unreal Championship, yeah. I played it a bit, but I got fish out my old Xbox, my old CRT. For some reason, in my head, I visualized a tunnel going from that shaft over, not a straight down fall where I died. This is toy can. Mother, can I have the toy can for Christmas? That's what all the boys and girls want, the toy can. And used tea bags. He's got like the freaking erector set there back there. Like, look at that freaking plane thing he built back there. Yeah, man, I freaking like. I love the original Xbox. That console it's freaking awesome. But man, my one of my true loves, though, definitely the Dreamcast. I'm not Morgan Freeman, but you just read that reply in his voice. Last time, it was right before I fell down the Armored Core rabbit hole and played every game in series. That's my best Morgan Freeman. I can't really do better than that. Dreamcast. My one true love. Sometimes the Dreamcast fought him off. Sometimes it didn't. Sat there thinking about how he could have beat the PlayStation. But he didn't. I don't know why I'm just going with Morgan Freeman and Shawshank Redemption jokes, but that's just where I'm going, apparently. Stry, we can be friends, man. My fave is probably my PS4, really. But haven't powered it up in weeks, except for reading stylus. You know, I've heard good things about the PS4. I just really haven't bothered to. It's funny to think I'm actually 2 generations behind at this point, just because I haven't been impressed with like a lot of titles. I was never really into God of War or The Last of Us. Oh, apparently, someone's playing. There's a channel I follow called VG Squirrel. He does some pretty fun little retrospective things. But he has a Twitch channel, and he streams periodically. He's apparently playing 3D Blast, the Sonic version. No, Sonic 3D Blast, the Saturn version. There we go, I can speak English. I'm streaming Skies of Arcadia. Oh, hell yeah, man. Like right now? Or just like later, intermittently? Oh, yeah, yeah, I've heard there's like really good games on it. At least in terms of like that one, like pretty good. See, now with this new OCD I just developed over the El Gamer Astral, how you doing? Probably said your name wrong, I apologize, but welcome. Hope you're doing well. Is the port you saw a 3D game engine called... God, it might be. Might be David. The toss-up between Saturn and Dreamcast is my favorite console of all time. The Wii U/Switch are combined. Oh, nice. Glad I can't be decapitated, so that's nice. Ah. What am I waiting for? Did I just fuck that up? Can I not? Ah, shit. Okay. Am I doomed? It is the one, 3D Yeti engine. Okay. Okay, Chili Willy sounds about right. Oh, that's cool, Dad. Well, I guess not necessarily cool that the pandemic brought you back, but I guess it kind of reunited you with a, ah, shit. Oh, wait. Oh, there's a long way down here? Interesting, okay. God, I played that one wrong. I'm gonna go ahead and switch game titles. Let's do that. I've given up on consoles. I think consoles have their own unique experience in their own right, but you know, you have different advantages to PC and all that. Let's see here. What game did I bring down? That is a truly weird. Oh, you know what? Forgot my mission was to torture all of you with the Saturn games that you don't want to play. And I forgot I pulled the battery out of my Saturn for my key fob for my car, so it doesn't get to remember things. Should play Timothy. Dudanpachi. The thing is, I never sold out or put any of my games. I'm not a collector, I just the guy who keeps his game libraries intact for decades. Oh, okay. Totally fair, man. Oh, wait. Will that work? Probably gonna have to pull. Okay, I gotta pull my Pseudo Saturn cartridge. This is a real game. 1 sec here. Why so late? Oh, Jeremy, my streaming computer decided to have a Windows update that I forgot to give it, and it took it an hour and a half to do it. So I didn't start till like 11 my time, so like 1 a.m. your time. It was real great use of my time. So this is Congo the movie, the game, The Lost City of Zinj. Yeah, Dad, man, I really wish when I was a kid, I was such an idiot. And, I would, throw away my game boxes because they took up too much space in the drawer with the console. Oh, man, it was awful. I always loved the fact that, the Sega Saturn decided to dedicate space on the console box for this particular title. This, amazing masterpiece of gaming that clearly is a system pusher. Allow me to show you this game. And the thing that annoys me the most about it is that if you get further in it, the only way you can actually get further in the game to beat it is to play it on increasing difficulty. So if you play it on easy and want to experience the whole game, it has a max limit to how far it lets you go. I'm sure if Ian hates us or hates himself. Oh, maybe a little both. Okay, so let's go on easy for a bit because this game's just weird as hell and very awkward. Okay, game list said slot 1 doesn't matter because I don't have a battery in there, so it's gonna forget it anyway. But yeah. But you know, you do get to enjoy little bits and pieces of the Congo the movie, who had a very young Bruce Campbell in it, who had 30 seconds. I can't believe I'm not choosing sleep over suffering through this. I'm sorry. Oh, actually, I forget the game has this guy, because apparently they couldn't afford footage for the movie. Monkeys in space. The reason the stuff is worth money now is everybody was doing that. The stupid stories our folks told us about their comic books based. I don't know, I feel like the one added benefit you have with like old game consoles and stuff like that is that no matter what, at least for our generation, nostalgia and experience is going to matter. And so I always equate it to, some of you might have heard this analogy before, but when I was younger, my grandparents were obsessed with like Elvis collectible plates. Because Elvis was just insanely popular. And like pretty much any older family you knew had Elvis collectible plates. And they were always so happy about how expensive that plate was or how much it was worth because of the rarity of that particular Elvis collectible plate. And then they all started dying and getting dumped on the market, and then those plates were like pennies. So it's kind of one of those things where I feel like game consoles are interesting in the sense that they're experiences that aren't replicated as easily with other devices, but I mean, they will be. But I feel like it's probably only going to be this huge price increase over our generation. And once we start dying out, I think there's going to be a serious disinterest in collecting the real hardware. Unless for like museum purposes. But that's just me. Please, God, let that happen to video games. Oh, man, my grandma was into spoons. So many spoons. Oh, man, my great uncle, he served in Patton's Tank Battalion in North Africa. And the first when they like, and this is like a poor boy from freaking like Northern California, not much money, all that stuff. But then like, so they're rolling through Algeria, and they hit like the first town. And they have this just like this amazing high quality crafted silverware that my great uncle had never really seen before. So they bought shit tons of it, and they loaded up their freaking their Sherman with it, or it probably wasn't a Sherman. It was probably one of the barrel turret tank models that were like so prevalent in the North Africa campaigns. But anyway, so they had that thing loaded up with just bags and bags of like forks and spoons and shit. And so they basically, the Patton's Tank Battalion, so they hit like Al Alamein and get absolutely decimated by German anti-tank fire. And so their tank, they get knocked out and they bail. The tank gets blown up. Just fucking silverware and shit just raining everywhere. So I always think about that when I think of old people and just silverware. There are only things, neither old mobile phones, like all that e-trash. Oh, I gotta refill my drink here in a minute, sorry. Or in probably more like a second. But let me catch up on the chat here. Sorry, I was kind of distracted by my own stories here. Yeah, like old laptops aren't worth shit. Neither old mobile phones, maybe. I think, I don't know, I've kind of saved a lot of my old mobile phones. Just because they're just fun and different. Because, like, at least for me, because I went, like, at least for me, I went from like the flip phones to the newer generation of phones. And had that fun progression that I just have in my pocket, like just in a drawer that I can show my kids later because I'm all about showing them old crap. I think it's no accident the more collectibles are expensive to buy. Gaming software games are sold terribly. Yeah, I mean, essentially rarity breeds value, so you have that going on there. But I need to set up PSAs or something for you guys. Let's see, do I have something I can put on for a moment while I go and... What is that? Oh, okay. All right, well, enjoy that for a moment while I refill my drink. I'll be right back. That's blood. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the image there. I guess it really didn't matter whether or not I was showing you that or not, because it's not like anything exciting's going on. But yeah, all right. So let's go ahead and play Congo the movie, the game. Some Thunder in Paradise supercuts with me. I should do that. I really need to sit down because I have this, like, my brother bought me this, like, Stream Deck thing that has different buttons. So I really need to go and, like, hook that up out here and actually, like, have weird little commercials or something shot for you guys. Congo vs. Predator. Also, let me check catch up on the chat here. One sec. See, isn't the original ET cart worth money now? Not really, at least in my experience. I've seen those things go for like maybe $5. But then again, I haven't really looked at them in a couple of years now, but I can't imagine they're worth more than like $10 now, just for sheer novelty. Let's hear. My first cell phone ever, besides disposable word flippers, was the Samsung Galaxy Note 7. Really? Really? How old are you, Dad? I remember those ones were exploding. People were like, they didn't want to give up their phones because they absolutely loved the Galaxy Note 7. So they had like the cellophane over the tub of water and shit like that. So if it decided to blow up while they were sleeping, it would fall. 40, really? You just gotta, wow. Huh. God, my freaking first cell phone I ever had was a freaking, one of those, like, the old, like, Nokia bricks. Was the one I had. Oh, god damn it, I forgot I had, like, fever or whatever. That was like my first cell phone. But I remember my dad had one of the car phones that you could put in the pouch and carry over your shoulder. He felt pretty cool. Hey, you guys remember the movie The Congo, the giant spiders they fought? Remember that? I remember that in the movie. I love everything about this game. So I'm being attacked by a spider right now. I'm getting my ass kicked. Because of the game's own, just oddly. I do appreciate the fact the designer decided the X button on the Saturn controller would be a full 180. But yeah. T48. I was lucrative when it comes to personal technology for the longest time. Okay. Oh, Luddite was her. Not lucrative. Had a prepaid. Can't use a landline that day. Nice. Let's see, the Saturn renders millions of their... as long as those frames are green and brown and piss yellow. Okay, yeah, so zero answer. I was about... So I guess I was right, about 9 to 10 now. Okay. Tiger knockoff brick smashing games. What the heck 1000? How's it going? My ET cart was 99 cents. So I bought my ET cart, God, probably like 7 or 8 years ago at a thrift store. No, not a thrift store, but it was a pawn shop. And I was sitting there looking at it, and the guy was like, "I'll do 10 for it." I'm like, "I'm not giving you more than 5 for this." And he's like, "Sold." And I'm like, "I'm not giving you $10 for this fucking game." Just like the movie, the spiders are coming out. Let's see, Jeremy says, I never had a phone when phones were just phones. I'm not carrying shit around just to make calls. No one worth talking to. Fair enough. 13,000 of his excavator from the desert. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, man, I pretty much have always had a cell phone since like the early 2000s. I want to say like 2001 I've had my cell phone. Or had a cell phone. Oh, I forgot, yeah, you have a giant statue that shoots at you that diamonds are in. I have an old rotary phone in my living room. I shit you not. But I haven't tried to hook it up to the wall. But then again, I also don't have landline telephone service. Because, why? I mean, I remember calling girls on landlines. You're like calling your dad answers like, "Hey, is Jennifer there?" It's so fucking awkward. Collecting in the 2000s was about, oh god, oh man, I regret the fact I didn't get into game collecting until like 2010ish. And god, that was, man, there was so much shit probably so much more shit I could have bought. Because I think now it's just like it's becoming so much more rare. Because like I used to go to like thrift stores like 10 years ago, find tons of stuff, and that was really how I built the majority of my collection. And it's just really not easy anymore to find a lot of that stuff unless you're going to like select stores. And when you find it now, it's really freaking lucky. At least that's how it is for me out here in Idaho, because it's just not that much stuff. But Jeremy, man, let me know if you want to jump online and chit chat. We had a car phone. And my dad had one of those. It was freaking awesome. You take it out sometimes and you go like make calls and they bust out the like flip out the antenna out of the case because it like had a cradle it could sit in the car. When I was 13, I did most of my collecting before 2012. Oh man, Jesus, $454 monthly payment on a cord. God damn. I bought a freaking 2004 Nissan Sentra. My monthly payment was only like 180, but then I had like my folks gave me like $2,000 to put down on it though. But that Honda Accord was nice though. The pole in my backyard, there's a line. A couple of years ago, I called the cable company and they said it belonged to the end. Entertainment has begun to hit a wall the last few years. Buy them retro games. You know, the nice thing about your retro games, they're always going to be here. Your downloadable DLC and updates on new games? Not necessarily. Oh, man. Freaking... God, Buicks are nice. Man, my dad had a... I still always think back fondly to this. My dad had a Buick Roadmaster station wagon. And that thing was the epitome of luxury and travel. We're talking like 2 in the front, 3 in the middle, then another 3 or 2 in the back. Could fold that sucker down, load all kinds of shit in that thing. V8 engine, hauled ass. It was basically just a giant tank. And the very back seat was always facing, you know, away, facing back. So you just watch the road go away from you. God, so much fun. I'm waiting for station wagons to make a comeback for whatever reason. I really doubt that's going to happen, but I'm really hoping that's a thing that'll happen at some point. Because I don't know, the funny thing, I had Nissans for a long time, like my wife and I. She had a Nissan Versa that she drove for a long time, and I had a Nissan Sentra I drove for a long time. And then we had our kid, then we had our second kid, and we have our dog. So we picked up a Kia Sorento. And then I was just like, my car was starting to die, and I was sitting there just doing the math on how much I drive. Because I could pretty much just go to and from work. And so I could buy a first-generation electric Kia Soul. And I only spent like $20 a month driving the thing, so I love it in that regard. But yeah, so like this big old little SUV now. See, Dad, Sega America thought this game was so cool, it kept... kept exclusive for America. In your face, Japan and Europe. Suck it, Japan and Europe. You didn't get to experience Congo the movie, the game, the city of Zinj. Plus playing a ton of car, I absolutely despise front-wheel drive. God, I'm actually not a... I think pretty much every car I've ever owned has always been a front-wheel drive. Except for, I drove a GMC truck for a little bit, and that thing had rear-wheel drive, and that was always terrifying in the snow. So, 2011 Honda Accord XE. Damn. Yeah, so I had I put about... My Nissan Sentra, when I sold it, had about 169,000 miles on it, and it was 2004. Cousin's friend removed the Nissan Sentra sex trim. That's funny. Oh God, yeah. What the heck, 1000? My my stepdad. He had a Honda Accord, and he got absolutely nailed by like an F1, like F-150 or F-250 or whatever the large Ford trucks are, and it protected him like no other. Yeah, good car for sure. Oh man, Nissan Sentras were like the 2004 one before they like upgraded the model and made it bigger. was freaking great little freaking car. I had mine pretty much no major issues for over a decade. I pretty much drove it till the paint was peeling off. Oh god, I think his was... It's probably a 99, I think was his. But this was also like a long time ago. Speaking of phones, so we're going to equal primary reason the Matrix aged poorly. I don't know, man. Those freaking sweet, like, flip straight up phones. I mean, did the Matrix age poorly, or did the sequels to the Matrix age poorly? Because I was watching the clips from the Animatrix the other day, and, yeah. I don't know. I just don't believe computers could be more aggressive than humans. In terms of, like, I don't believe they could really beat us, because we're just... Humans are pretty freaking aggressive creatures. An F-150 tore the front off my old Ford ZX2 clean in an intersection. Damn. Man, that's no fun. Mm. Oh, wait. I think you have to hit a button here, right? You have to walk into it. That's right. This is you know, I submit to you, games never got better than this. Oh, 30 hours. Oh, man, I bet. So I always wear my seatbelt. Oh, yeah, the freaking Moto Razors. I was really curious about those. I don't know, I've been a pretty exclusive, like, I used to be, when I got my first smartphone, I got the HTC Resound, and then I got an HTC One Max. I freaking I loved those phones, and HTC got out of the smartphone market. So now I have Pixels. So I'm on a Pixel 4 right now. I don't know, I just haven't been too impressed with what Google's doing. I might look at, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out where to go next. I'm just not really happy with what Google's doing with the Pixel line right now. Pixel 3, I got a Pixel 4 XL is what I got right now. I don't know, I just miss, ironically enough, I have my HTC One Max right here, and I absolutely miss this form factor of a phone, because it was just a monster of a screen on the front. I loved that. Like, the freaking, like, Pixel, the Pixel is still, like, it's still smaller, and still doesn't have the same nice, like, sweet form factor and the forward-facing speakers. I love that about this phone. And this one even had an IR blaster, so you could use it as a TV remote, too. So I think HTC needs to come back and make phones again, so I can welcome them back in my hearts. Oh, hey, big Neanderthal hands who like 6-inch phones. Don't blame me for, you know, liking phones that, you know, not babies use. I don't know. I freaking just love the HTC One Max. It was like it's one of the biggest phablets. I miss that era of phones. And it's funny to say that era because it was only like 6 years ago. And it kind of went away for whatever reason. And the XLs now are still barely bigger. Well, I don't have anyone in Skype right now to harass me, so I guess you're welcome to join, Alex. Let me go ahead and get the earphones on here. We can tack. Bigger the phone, the more bang for your buck. Well, I mean, like, ultimately, like, think about it. Like, your phone now is a massive part of your entertainment environment. Like, it's your primary source of news. You often watch all types of things on it. And my idea, like, the reason why I got the HTC One Max, I'm like, I spend a lot of time on my phone anyway, so I might as well not use something I'm straining my eyes to read. was my philosophy. Let's see, where's Alex here? Yeah, Alex, I'm on Skype. If you want to go ahead and message me, and I'll jump on here if I can remember which one you're using. Oh, hang on here. I've been drinking. Doesn't help. There you are. Let's go ahead and send you a call. Belt phone case. Oh, God, yeah. People wear the belt phone cases are so strange. Oh, wait. Hang on, Alex. I need to change my... I had a Windows update, so it probably ruined things. Hang on here. Video. Let me make sure I check my audio here. There we go. Okay. Ew. No, my issue was I had like a new giant Windows update that hit. That took my computer like an hour and a half to chop its way through because this thing's like a 10-year-old i7. So it's like, oh. Oh yeah. I built a Ryzen 7 build, and I've been really happy with that for just video editing and stuff like that in my office upstairs. You're telling me you're not familiar with the all-time greatest Saturn game, Congo, the movie, the game? Oh, you know, I realized no one can hear you talking. I'm just talking to myself. One sec here. Sorry. Thank you. Okay.
I'm having a good time just hanging out with you,
There
man.
we go. Okay. Audio's messed up. All right, let me know. Hopefully it's not like crackly or having problems again, because apparently my capture card was having issues.
My mic and I'll listen. All right, so I hit
One-way
this.
conversation. There we go. I gotta love Windows updates and me being impatient, just starting the stream without checking any of the settings.
I don't know what about you or what YouTube has done, but like I have a live latency of less than 2 seconds to you, which is fucking incredible. What have you done? What have you done to your streaming setup?
I don't know. I'm not sure why it's that fast.
Yeah, it's like super fast. I didn't even hear myself when I was like, hold on, I'm going to mute my mic and turn up the speakers here. And then I'm like hearing you like about a second later. And I'm like, holy shit.
That's cool.
I got to start streaming on YouTube. Well, I mean, I do stream on YouTube, but like nobody chats with me there because like everybody's like, oh, I'm on Twitch. So I can be anonymous.
Well, I mean, if you built your audience on Twitch, because what you have like 500, 600 subs in your channel, right?
I don't know what it is on Twitch. And here's the thing, like,
I mean, on YouTube, I mean.
Oh, on YouTube, yeah, it's like low. The problem is that like I don't make 10-minute videos speculating about shit that I don't know about. Like if I did that, I'd have like a couple thousand followers at least.
That's a way to do it. Is Sony pulling out of the console market?
TV. Zero Mancer said, I had no faith that you were going to stream tonight. I will say, yeah, I was just like, dude, Ian has not said he's going to happen. He's going to stream. And they're like, dude, he said he was going to stream. I was like, I don't know, man. Like, shit can get in the way. I say that I'm going to stream on, like, a Saturday night when I'm kind of drunk, and it's like, oh, well.
No, it was more I had everything set up, ready to go. Literally booted up the computer, and it's like, force Windows update. I'm like, ah, fuck. I'm sitting there staring at it. It's like 16%, and I'm like, you've been 16% for a while now. And then it ticked to 17, and I'm like, God damn it.
I have so the PC that streams, so I have three PCs that I use to essentially do all of my work from, and one of them is a machine that's dedicated to just encoding video, and it's got like a bunch of capture cards in it. And like audio equipment connected to it, and that PC is set to like never update, and it's like an appliance. It does like a few things, and that's it. And it's like if I want to browse web pages, I'm like, I don't know, this thing doesn't update very often, and so I'll actually like flip a button on my monitor so that I can look at web pages. Like that's how segmented I've got my shit right now. And it's kind of annoying, but like it's weird because like it works because like every time I turn on the computer to stream, and it's just like on a Saturday, it doesn't update because I went through and I was like, whatever you do, like never ever ever update. And I think like 2.5 years later it was like, all right, man, I gotta update because like this version of Windows is not supported. And then I spent the whole weekend making sure it was stable, and then I set it to be like, all right, never ever ever update ever again.
You're like,
that's
never.
Just like one PC.
How dare you?
And then I've got another PC that just like it like fucking takes the updates. It's like the town bicycle. It's like whenever an update comes up, it's like squirrel.
Yeah. Well, no, that was funny that the update hit, and I'm like, god damn it, because now all my settings are different, and apparently my capture card is having this really awkward stutter thing. But I probably just need to reboot and change the port it's in or whatever.
So like actually that was an upgrade I was looking at. It's like, dude, so I've got 3 capture cards from 3 different vendors, and I was like, maybe I just buy one of those Magewell quad capture. It's 1 PCI slot, and like I know they're all going to be synced and they're going to work right, because like I got like this fucking live gamer AverMedia gamer bullshit. Here's the thing, it's got RGB on it, so I know it's trash. And like I plug my 4K camera up to it and it doesn't work. And I plug like a game console that like outputs the exact same fucking signal. Like I know HDMI from the back of my hand, and I know it's the same fucking signal, and it's just like, yeah, I work just fine. It's like, you piece of shit. You piece of fucking shit. Because it's just like, this thing says Xbox on the EDID, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna connect, and the other one says Sony, and it's like, I don't know what this shit is, and it doesn't even interface at all.
Yeah, I've had a Razer Ripsaw for a long time, but occasionally it has these weird stutter issues, and I usually think it's like just got to change the 3.0 port it's plugged into, I guess. I don't know.
No, man, you got to go all PCI capture. Like,
yeah, PCI is better, but I mean, like, I don't want to spend money.
I saw I don't know how many HDMI's do you need to capture on your rig?
Not really. I mean, because like the way I have it set up right now, I have this like cheap ass $30 4K capture card I bought off Amazon for like $30, which is capturing this camcorder I'm looking at you through right there.
Okay.
And then I have my Razer Ripsaw, which I bought I think so 4 or 5 years ago now.
You need camera and you need game. Yeah,
about it.
There's dual capture cards you can find used on eBay from Magewell for like $200-$300.
Oh yeah. I mean,
it's here's the thing, like, I don't know how much you fight your capture card, but if you spend like 15 minutes going like, oh, I don't know if this shit's gonna work, or oh, it's dropping frames, like, dude, it's the best investment I made.
Well, no, I think it's more of a just did the Windows update, so I feel like it's probably just more of a need to change.
I know. Like, here's the thing. I do the same thing too. I was like, oh, there's a Windows update. It fucked my machine because it was blue screening for a while, and I actually found out that the RAM was bad.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I did. I looked up like, what does this blue screen mean? And I was like, it was a like a 7-0 with a 1 at the end. It's like, yeah, that means your RAM's fucked. I was like, is my RAM really fucked? I don't know.
I find like every time I've ever had an issue like that, I'm always like, you know what? I'm just gonna look at my RAM and reseed it and see what happens, and that usually fixes that shit.
My RAM, and I was like, fuck, I should have just ran the RAM test right away, because like the reseeding the RAM is bullshit. That's only if you move your PC RAM, but this thing doesn't move. It was fine and stable for like 6 months, and then it started blue screen. I was like, eh.
So Gorilla Jones has brought up Historicnerd. I never want you to not look like a 1994 Wisconsin public access show. You know, I feel like that's my life goal. I've achieved it. I'm never moving beyond that point.
Look, it's not gonna change. Like, because he's got a better capture card doesn't fix his lighting or his camera. Like, it's the same thing coming in, man. It's garbage in, garbage out.
No, I never plan on changing this. It's great.
Dude, I spent so much time like trying to get my green screen right, and I'm like, I'm at this point now where it's like, do I really want to spend another? I did the math. Oh, holy shit! Why are all these spiders? Ah, spiders!
Hey, remember these in the movie, The Congo? Remember those in the? No. You remember the spider fight? Remember that great scene in the Congo movie? I remember that scene. It was great.
From King Kong. It was just like this weird like horror section in the middle. It's like, fucking Peter Jackson going back and making a horror movie.
Well, I mean, because originally the first like 1920s King Kong had that shit in it, but that scene was like kind of lost, and so that's why he remade it. He even went back and actually, like, if you watch the bonus features on the HD DVD for that film, you can watch the scene. He actually recreated it using practical effects from that era. It's like goofy as fucking hell, but it's pretty interesting.
Jonathan G says, I'm going to slip in an Amazon affiliate link. I do not have one of those. I do not need money from that. I'm like, dude, this stream, this whole production is brought to you by my first job because they don't know what I'm spending my money on.
Is this stuff you stole from Volition? Is that what I'm getting?
No, this is like stuff I bought like on my own. Okay, so capture. All right, here's the life hack right here. If you want a pro capture card, go look on eBay for them used. They're about half the price, which is still fucking expensive compared to the gamer shit. But here's the problem: if you're gonna be in this for the long haul, if you're gonna stream for more than a year, don't buy the shit with the RGB lights on it. I'm just telling you right now, because their goal is to sell you a cheap $200 capture card, and then like let the drivers be fucked somehow, so they can sell you another cheap $200 capture card within 2 years.
I'm gonna be honest. I've had my Razer Ripsaw for 5 years now, and the things work great.
And the drivers, and well, I mean, are you running like? And you said Windows 10, right?
Yeah. And tonight's the first time I've had a weird stuttering issue, but I'll just have to look at it and address that.
Well, here's the thing, like, how much time are you gonna waste doing this instead of playing games and chilling out with cool folks?
Not that long.
I don't know. Every time I have to troubleshoot a problem, it's like, fuck, where did the last hour and a half go? Where did the last 2 hours go? Like, I don't want shit that I have to deal with. It's like, for me to spend an extra couple $100 and it works, and I don't have to like troubleshoot it every fucking year whenever a new Windows update comes out, that's got some value, some long-term value, because I'm here to stream every weekend till I die.
It's the Activate Complex. King Kong for 360 is a freaking great... Yeah, I've heard really great things about that game.
I heard you can like exploit a 360 with it.
Yeah. Stay tuned for NFL 97. I don't know. I got a pile of games here that we can also play that are better titles, but you know, I feel
the
like
Sega Saturn here. Also, is this RGB? Like, this looks pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it's going. So it's an RGB SCART cable going to a OSSC. So I also brought Dad's gonna love this one. NBA Jam Extreme. Hope you're ready for that.
I am. My body.
And they thought NFL 97 was going to be that. Oh my God, you guys are in for a treat.
All right, sorry. Stadium Arts is like being like, dude, you work for Volition. It's like, all right. So really quickly, I started in I think 2008 as a marketing video production person, and then like I learned the ropes on everything, and then at some point I ended up quitting and starting my own game company. And then at some point I quit because I was like, man, being an indie sucks. And now I just stream from it. And
I have to pay for my cocaine? This is bullshit.
Yeah, I know. Now I just work for Dolby, and I make HDR tools for other game developers because it's way less risky to do that. You don't get shut down when it's like, well, that didn't work very well.
Wait, Free Space was made by Volition?
All right, so Volition history. Back in like 1992, what's his name? Mike Koulos, and I can't remember the other guy's name. They started this company in Champaign, Illinois, because they were part of the University of Illinois, and they made their first game, which was Descent. But they were called Parallax Software at that time.
Okay.
And then at some point, they changed their name to Volition because the one half of the company decided they wanted to move to Michigan, and the other half was like, no, let's stay here in Champaign. They were Midwest developers, which is really awesome because like not only are they like cool as shit to hang out with and just chill because like they got, you know, nice Midwest sensibilities, but the other thing too was like they basically did the impossible and made stuff that was just as good as the other guys were making on like a third of the budget that these coastal guys were making. And so they went on and they made Free Space, which was really their big space sim that competed with Wing Commander. And then they made their jump into console games with Summoner. And that's when THQ jumped on. Smoke Monster needs to jump in. So just
Yeah, I'm adding him right now. Yes,
well, because I'm going to talk for another 2 minutes on this. And, and so they did Summoner, THQ buys them, and then they turn into a console game studio, which is really crazy because they were all PC game development. Like, that's why Summoner and, like, those games in those early 2000s from Volition were really rough because they were, like, trying to figure out, like, how do we make a good console game? It's like, oh, man, we got to dumb this shit way down because they were making, like, hardcore PC games. And so the folks there essentially like were working on Punisher, which was a license for Marvel, obviously the Marvel thing there. And then they were like, well, we made this like really like dangerous kind of like M-rated game. Why don't we just like make a GTA clone? And then Saints Row was essentially born. They're like, Saints Row is really popular. And at the time, THQ, who was the largest publisher, video game publisher in the world, if you can believe that, publishing kids and games from like Nickelodeon and Disney, were like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. And like the people from Volition were like, hold my beer, this will be just fine. And then the project was called Bling Bling.
Was it THQ or Take-Two that went under? Which one was it?
THQ went under. Take-Two
Okay.
still exists. Take-Two makes a lot of fucking money from GTA.
Yeah, they're huge now, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
I think I remember looking at like Take-Two stock. It's like $500 a share or something fucking ridiculous like that.
Take-Two stock goes up and down because like GTA takes 5-6 years to come out, so they have 3 years where like their stock sucks, and then they've got like 2 years where it's awesome because like GTA is just selling gangbusters. But now that GTA Online sells a lot of money online, sells a lot of money with their online components, like actually,
did we just figure out how to print fucking money?
Yeah, well, it's the thing. Like, I mean, everybody's talking about like rumored whatever. What's the next GTA? What's Rockstar North working on? What's the Hauser Brothers working on? And it's just like nobody knows. And the reality is that like, all right, so they released GTA 5. What? How many years ago? What? 8, 9 years ago?
Something like that.
They've been working on whatever their next project is.
GTA 5 has been out longer than I've been in the Army.
But what I'm saying is, like, they've been working on whatever their next project is since then.
Gentlemen.
Before they shipped GTA 5.
Smoke,
so, like,
how you doing, man? Or Mike?
Pretty good. How are you guys?
I'm doing great. We're playing the best the Saturn has to offer here tonight. We're playing Congo, the movie, the game, the lost city of Zinj. I hope all of you are in. I know you paid for the edge of your seat, but you need less than that.
Just lean back.
You're gonna need the dithering piece on the edge that you kind of see through. That's all you're gonna need for the Saturn there.
Really quick question, Ian. Do you know what one of these are? These little ball things.
Let me look at. Hang on. Let me look at my Skype feed here. 1 sec. I look at my other monitor. What is that?
Like, I knew some Counter-Strike players that got this, and then like I was like, well, fuck, I'll get one.
Is that one of those like? It like dries your hand off thing. Is that what it is?
Yeah, and then you have to like spin it around because like it's got a lot of.
I remember that. I had some buddies who were like fucking like aggressive. Like they were convinced they were gonna make it as like professional Counter-Strike guys.
You gotta get the controllers with the fans in them.
What was it called? I remember that.
I have one for Xbox.
Airflow. I think I have one of those sitting around too, and I have the other one where it's like the gun controller. That's like incorporated.
Oh, yeah.
That one's cool.
Mine broke recently. I was so bummed out.
No, you were out shooting too hard.
The Gamester.
Yeah.
I broke it actually. That was one of my relics of the original age of gaming. That survived because that was.
Sorry,
my controller that I just.
The first age, the age of man gaming.
That controller. The funny story is. I was really badass at Halo Nights. Like I was usually number 1 or number 2 all the time. And I use that controller.
Badass over here.
And they banned me from using that controller with one of the Halo Nights because they thought it was like my secret to winning. And so I switched back to the original controller and I kicked all their asses and then I got to use my controller again.
Really quickly, Smoke, I have to say this. The fucking Halo community on Xbox was like weird. And bullshit because like I used to use a mouse and keyboard controller. They're like, dude, you're cheating. You're kicked out of this tournament.
Oh, you use that adapter to
Our,
plug
so
into it?
I never played online. Ours were like Halo nights where everybody brought a TV.
God,
and
those were
their
good
Xbox,
times.
and we
Those
had,
were
like,
good times.
We
16
go to
players.
tournaments locally, and they'd be like, "Oh, we're having a tournament," and then I'd get halfway through, they'd be like, "Dude, you're banned."
Yeah, I could see that.
So,
You're too good.
sorry,
adapter.
Gorilla Jones
Oh,
said
dude,
this was the
yeah.
only movie that Tim Curry sucked in. I find that hard to believe. I think Congo kind of sucked all around, and I feel like Tim Curry was a great elevator in that. But also, the talking gorilla was outstanding.
I remember seeing this in the theater because it was like during that Jurassic Park Michael Crichton.
Yo, yeah, it was like with anything Michael Crichton, you're like,
Yeah.
I gotta fucking go see that because Michael Crichton's badass. Well, there was what was it? There was a book.
I read the book Congo. I don't remember anything about it except that it was in the Congo
Well,
and stuff.
God, I read. So I didn't read Congo. I read the other one. It was the one about the Neanderthals. I can't remember what that one was called. Guys, apparently that book stayed with me so much.
Ian, I'm gonna let you finish, but like, I just want everybody in chat to take bets about how long it's gonna take for us before we start arguing about Star Trek.
Oh, that's bound to happen eventually. But are we going to actually argue about Star Trek, or are you just going to agree with me how modern Star Trek blows?
Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ, give us some time to vote on the chat. Oh my God, finish your thought.
I can't remember. Did I tell you guys about? I watched Babylon 5 last week.
Oh.
So I wasn't crazy about it. I watched just the first episode. I made about 20 minutes in.
Takes a minute.
And my thoughts were that it looked like those Cinemax space erotica movies, but without any erotica.
I don't know what you're
And
talking
so I'm
about.
like sitting there waiting for the fun stuff to happen, and it just never happens.
Okay, you gotta sit there and you gotta take the dial in your brain and then crank that shit back to 95, and then you're gonna be like, oh shit, this is amazing. Well, even like I guess even like in 95, the graphics were kind of like, because like Star Trek was all like miniatures at that point, and they didn't go CG until the late seasons of DS9. But so at that point, like it was like the only time you really saw massive space battles like that on TV. So I just remember watching.
Yeah, the space stuff I could tell
I
for
gotta
that
go
time
on.
period.
Sorry, I'm playing with the little ball thing.
To make
Yeah, I
sure
wish-
you sweaty
could
palms over
see
there.
Alex
Yeah.
right now.
Wait, hang on. I can grab his feed. Hang on.
This is memeable.
Don't you stop moving.
I'm not gonna fucking stop. Don't you stop, baby. I'm paying for this all.
There we
How
go.
long does it take to dry your hands?
Just watch what he's doing right here.
That's how you get good
Or
at
wait.
coaching
Right there.
Right there.
Oh,
Right
is
there,
that
yeah,
like
just
a
make sure you-
workout routine?
Make sure
Yeah,
you.
it's like a workout
Oh,
thing.
well,
Oh.
he's drying his palms so he can make sure he doesn't have any of the misses, or keeps his actions per minute up.
Yeah, I gotta keep that APM
Yeah,
up,
that's
baby.
what he's doing right there.
That's the ultimate psych out right there.
He's right there. I find it funny that my hand for some reason will go over the majority of Skype, but the second I get to your screen, it goes under, which is kind of breaking my brain a little bit.
Oh, there we go. Hold
Why
on.
I'm like going inside of you and I can grab your heart like
Hold
Callie
on,
Moss.
I'm losing the rhythm. I'm losing. Shh.
It looks like a puppet that you're controlling. Like a ventriloquist dummy. Who are you calling a dummy? Dummy?
Shut up, dummy.
Oh man, this Coors Light's it's getting to me.
Oh.
It's hard to do this when you've been drinking the Coors.
I need to. So I accidentally poured a rum and coke while I was waiting for the update to start, and I poured it this much rum, and I was like, well, I fucked that up. So I'm like, okay.
Dude, get another glass.
So I'm gonna refill this. Yeah, I
Is that a
like rum with this.
transparency effect? Looked like I couldn't tell if the green screen was like removing your rum from the glass.
Oh, no, it's empty right now. I need to refill it.
So this ball is green in here, but
yeah, all right.
the
I'll refill my
makes-
drink. You guys
makes it
entertain.
yellow. I should turn it off so you can see what I'm talking about. So Smoke Monster, when you get your A7S2, sorry, this is my FS5, which is about the same as the A7S2. When you get it plugged up,
What's an A7S2?
Sony Alpha.
I don't have that. I think you're confusing me with someone else.
No, you have an A7 III, don't you?
Oh, wait. PVM? What are
No,
we talking about?
camera, DSLR or mirrorless.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought we were talking about PVMs. Yeah, I do have an A7 2. Yeah, that's right.
A7S or A7 2 or 3. I don't know. Anyway, here we
2.
go.
Yeah, let me go. Yeah,
There
one of
you go.
those 2.
That's
Is
the
that what you're using now?
Yeah, so it comes in log, and then I have
Yeah.
butt that looks sexy, and
That's
then
why you look like broadcast quality.
yeah, dude,
I was ragging on Twitter yesterday about NASA's quality. I was like really grumpy when I watched their live streams and it's so bad quality. And I'm like, man, we have no budgets. How are we able to do this?
All right, so I can tell you why NASA stuff sucks.
Somebody had a theory it was government.
No, there's a good reason. There's a really good reason why NASA's video quality sucks. So, for example, I remember there was this thing where they were like, hey, we went and we shot all this real video in space and it was on IMAX. And then I went to the IMAX theater and I was like, what the hell? Why is this quality so shitty? And it turns out that, well, the IMAX camera with film is approved to go into space. But that thing's too big to fit in like the space station. They can do it for the exteriors, but they can't do it for the interiors. And on the interiors, they use like some really shitty like 720p-ish Canon cameras. Like, why do they use that? Like 4K
But
cameras?
I'm not talking about even like I'm not talking about the footage from the rover. I'm just talking about like they host a live stream from Southern California with all these people on, like we do.
Oh, well,
but they're broadcasting
on Earth, but like with space, like a camera.
Oh yeah. No, I don't expect like
4 or 5.
I don't expect 4K from Mars.
I'm
I'm talking about just their live streams where they're like where they have people on to talk. It looks horrible. The quality is really bad because I'm watching on my 75-inch TV.
Yeah, I remember watching it on YouTube, but it's like, man, this potato stream, and then you look at the stats for nerds, like, why are you broadcasting at 4 megabits? Like, what are you fucking?
I know. What is? How do they reach that? You're NASA. Each one of you has a MacBook Pro and a gigabyte connection in your cubicle.
Valley has like at least like 10 megabits up. Okay, I can confirm this. I have been here. Dude,
they could each stream their own Blu-ray.
Like just down the street.
What are you guys talking about now?
I'm just ragging on NASA's
like
stream quality.
And like 4 megabits.
So you got to understand that NASA is hiring people that are like, engineers, things like that. They're not hiring anybody that's their dedicated stream guy.
You need to get a battery.
I had a battery, but the key fob for my car was more important, and the Saturn used the same battery.
Fucking 24 hours, and then you can tell me about Idaho.
So my car key fob used the same battery as my Saturn. I'm like, you know what, Saturn? You don't need to remember any of this, so fuck you. And I pulled the battery out of it.
So, what game we have here?
So we're going to play another delightfully terrible Saturn game, because I'm in the opinion that there's majority Saturn titles catalog is awful. So we're going to play NBA Jam Extreme, the arguably worst NBA Jam ever created by man.
Oh, I am curious because
did it have Tournament Edition on
It does,
Saturn?
and I have that for the Saturn, but I don't feel like sharing that with any of you.
I don't feel like sharing decent games with you.
No. That's not what this stream's about tonight. The stream tonight is about punishing you.
All right, please punish me. I love to be punished.
No. But no, this is probably one of the not arguably, it's like universally agreed upon that this is the worst NBA Jam game.
Is this before or after NBA Live? It's got to be before.
Well, yeah, way before. NBA Live, that was the one that was released on what, Wii and Xbox.
I can't believe they didn't
right?
drop the E on Extreme.
Right?
They had.
Catch you later, Stry. Thanks for dropping by, man.
PlayStation, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Missed opportunity, or at least
this was the full 3D NBA Jam, and from what I understand, this one, it's not even really NBA Jam. They grabbed some other 3D basketball game and just decided to slap the NBA Jam stuff on it.
They sold the license at that time.
Yeah. So it was just one of those.
Well, that's the thing. When you license anything from anybody, you have so many years, and you can print as much stuff in between it. They started putting caps on that.
So Dad actually knows the story here. NBA Extreme is what Acclaim had to work on after Midway pulled the arcade license from them. for the franchise. NBA Hang Time is the proper sequel franchise to the original NBA Jam.
Hang Time and then Live are like the continuations of NBA Jam.
Did it all go 3D after that?
I think for the most part, yeah. But I think there was a tournament edition got a release on the Saturn as well, which people like to say is the definitive version of it, apparently. But I guess some people apparently argue that the one on the PlayStation is better. I would suggest the 32X version is by far my favorite.
32X.
Say what is that's all I. It's like what did
but
you know?
32X probably I bet is just like a 30 frames per second version of the Saturn. That's how those things always seem to
yeah,
work.
I think the only difference is the 32X.
God.
Yeah,
Oh my God, this is like some PC game. Like,
well look. So what I love about this version is like if you look at these guys, they're like 9 feet tall in relation to the edge of the map. So they're enormous. It's ridiculous. But yeah, no, I have to say,
the fallback name for this game was Virtua Basketball.
But I have to say the
basketball.
NBA Jam on the 32X though, I feel like if in just terms of like just how smooth it feels, is by far my favorite variant of it. At least on any console port anyway.
Interesting.
Because I mean, yeah,
I know I've played the 32X one. I don't think I burned a disc for the Saturn one back when I had my Saturn.
I think NBA Jam Turbo, I think it's only like $20. I think for the Saturn. It's not that much.
All right, so I have a question here.
Okay.
I was not big into console gaming at this time because I looked at it as like console fucking peasants. Like I'll just go play my PC games. But like, what was the obsession with making everything 3D graphics when they obviously were worse than 2D graphics? Especially when people were like, "Yeah, Duke Nukem looks better than Quake."
Oh, I was a little kid back then.
I mean,
relatively.
Well, do you not? I mean,
once you saw 3D, it was like I was a traitor to everything 2D. Like I never wanted to touch it again for a long time.
No, I always thought the 2D stuff looked way better for a really long time. It wasn't only until like after a while, like okay, the 3D stuff.
It's weird now to look back on the 3D and see how bad it was.
Well, so I'll admit, like I played PC games as well, and I played console games also. But what I felt, at least in my mind, I think I fell in the majority of people at that time, was that 3D gaming, it offered a new frontier of experiences that 2D platforming or 2D gaming experiences just couldn't give you. So it was an entirely different experience. So I feel like that was definitely the way people were going, just because it was entirely new and unexplored. So you had that opportunity, because for me, like being like, I was never too tied down with 2D gaming and stuff like that, and I felt like, at least when I was younger and experiencing, I'm like, yeah, okay, 2D stuff's cool. But the second I saw 3D stuff, I was like, holy fuck, this is where gaming is going. And that was kind of like what my mind saw back then. And I've kind of, the funny thing is now I've done a lot of 3D stuff, and now I'm kind of going back and exploring more 2D games that I kind of ignored at the time, because I felt like they were, at least in my mind, at the time in the mid-90s when 3D stuff came out, I'm like, oh, 2D stuff's totally inferior. I mean, like, that's like that's baby stuff.
Opinion, or is it biased a lot from like what the magazines and stuff were saying? Because it seems like
No, that was my experience.
Okay.
That was my biased experience.
I don't think I played a single 2D game on the PlayStation. Like dude, back then.
I was like, dude.
Nowadays, when I got my Vita going and stuff, there's that huge 2D library on it. But back then, I just didn't see any 2D games at all that I can remember.
I got too drunk to play this.
Oh god, he's doing it, getting jiggy with it. Okay.
I might be too drunk to play this. Apparently.
No, you just gotta shove everybody.
Well, I love how the fucking basketball is a pizza slice for some fucking reason. I don't know. This game's fucking weird.
What the fuck is going on here?
A magic hat. Let's see. Let me check with the chat here. Let's see. Nova Logic brought this upon us with the voxel-based heresy. The power of Disney Toy Story. Oh man, freaking Disney Toy Story I think was a big influencer on 3D stuff. But then Dad said 16-bit was overwhelmed by the 2D games, so the industry pushed 3D as a new and hip that could be sold to the masses. For every Super Mario 64, there was 10 Bubsy 3Ds, and most 3D games were average. Yeah, there was pretty much a lot of the 3D games were just absolutely trash out there. But I think they offered an entirely new perspective that really hadn't been explored yet. So I think that for me, just like seeing 3D stuff, at least initially, I'm trying to think of like my first exposure to a 3D game. And I remember playing Quake for the first time and being blown away by that title.
Yeah.
Because that was just freaking
The
amazing.
first real like 3D game I can remember is Wolfenstein. And that was, it was way after Wolfenstein was a new thing. And then eventually Doom and Quake and all. Well, I guess Quake is true 3D, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. We play Quake every June for its birthday.
Nice. Yeah, what is up with the basketball?
I must have it must have been some setting I did when I started playing. I don't know, but yeah, but also like God, the dithering in this. Fuck, I forgot how bad the dithering is in this.
That's why you don't
version.
play in RGB. That's why you play in composite. That's why I always play composite.
Sorry, Mem said early 3D gaming was the Model T generation of gaming.
Basically.
But yeah, but no, it was certainly just 3D just offered more realms to explore for your average player, and it wasn't and a lot. And the odd thing is, I would say a lot of 3D games were exponentially more forgiving to the player than 2D games were.
Yeah, they started to get a lot easier, I think.
Yeah. Well, once 3D came out and they kind of like smoothed it out for the masses, it became very, very approachable for a lot of people.
The funny thing is that I think there's a lot of great games that came out on the PlayStation, and that's why the PlayStation is so well loved. But it's not because, I mean, people are like, oh, I'm a little nostalgic for these affine texture map stuff. But like, I don't see a lot of games like coming back and doing the style because like it kind of sucked. Oh, that guy just went off in the corner. Okay, cool. But like, dude, graphics on N64 suck. Graphics on PlayStation suck in a different way, and it's like, especially compared to what was happening on the PC at the time, it's like, okay.
I would suggest to you that the graphics on the N64 were pretty damn good for plug-and-play multiplayer. At least for FPSs like GoldenEye.
I guess, but I mean, the thing is that, like, the frame rates were so bad, and what makes those games playable is like, man, can you stay above 30 most of the time? And like most N64 games could, and some PlayStation games locked at 30.
I would argue that most people at the time didn't notice.
Oh, they didn't notice because it was like, oh,
well,
yeah.
they didn't know any better. I would argue, like, now looking back, it's a lot easier to see it, but I would argue at the time nobody noticed.
Play Super Mario World and keep an eye out for the slowdown. That's my challenge because it's everywhere, and I never remember it.
I'm gonna go ahead and play something
But both
else
Xbox and PlayStation are like, dude, we're doing 120 frames per second because it fucking matters. It matters. Going above 60 frames per second matters. We could do that on PC with our CRTs back in 1997, 1998, because like, hey, we have.
Yeah, I was all into PC games. I had consoles once they were old, and then I would pick up games cheap. But yeah, once I think it might have been Quake. I don't know what game completely ruined me, but that was what led to like the big blackout in my console gaming way up until like Xbox.
Well, yeah, because same with me. I was like, dude, I was just playing Quake and Quake 2. And
let me check the capture card audio for you guys really quick here. And we'll see if the game audio is coming back and not being crazy stuttery.
Here, I'll mute and I'll listen to the stream.
So we can check. I might just change the port the card's plugged into and see if that fixes the problem here as well. But yeah, let me know if you hear.
It's going. Boop, 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 boop. It's phasing in and out.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, let me do this. Let me go this way.
So I was helping a buddy, and basically you have to put the capture card on a USB 3 port, and then like all your other shit on USB 2 ports. So like your audio interface, your microphones, your mouse and keyboard, put it all on USB 2.
Did you do the optical audio mod to your Saturn?
No, I never did that.
I'm going to do it.
Alex.
I'm going to do it soon.
I remember you were going to. I'm curious about that.
Did that? Okay.
I'll let you know. I mean, what I can do is I'll probably like. So there, I have like, a bunch of ideas for like.
So let me know if this is still stuttering.
I'll take a listen. I got a bunch of ideas I want to do on YouTube, but like, fuck, man, I just don't have time to do shit anymore. I wish I could make videos on YouTube because like I've got like before I go to bed, it's like, fuck, that'd be such a great YouTube video. But then like I just like don't have a week to put shit together, you know?
I feel you. This is that.
It's stuttering, or
This
no?
is on Sega CD, right? This
Well,
game.
it's also it's also on Sega CD, but this is the Saturn port of it.
Stutter's still on. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, fuck.
Do you have the Saturn mouse?
I do not.
It's
I have
great
the
for
Mega
games
Mouse.
that support it.
Okay, so apparently, sorry, none of you get to enjoy game audio. I apologize. I'll play with that later.
Uh,
I'll play with that. Legit Digital Pictures now. What did? Sorry, Dad. You get to. I never said this would be a nice Saturn dream or Saturn stream. Saturn dream. It's a Saturn nightmare, is what this is.
It's a cream dream, is what it is.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Like when it comes to like OBS and capture cards, like everything sucks. There's a reason why people are like to the hardware mixers and shit if they've got money.
Sega Kid. It's also on CD 30 or 32X CD. Yeah, this I believe there's also a Sega CD version of this, the Saturn version, 32X CD version. There's also a modern PC port of it as well, where they've done like a lot of the HD remakes. That's pretty great. Pretty much matters the type of games you play, the whole PC versus console thing. Yeah, I think it's all. I don't know. It never really mattered to me, like the whole like PC versus console argument. It was always kind of like you had a unique experience on whatever platform you were on.
You played games that were good.
Yeah, or just whatever
And, like,
game you
Quake
like.
was good. StarCraft was good. You play those on PC. And Mario was good. Mario 64 was good. You know, Metal Gear Solid was good. You play those on consoles. The end. Also, Sega Kid, welcome. I haven't seen you around. You look like a new
I
face.
wonder why.
So, Alex, did you live in Champaign for a while?
For about 10 years, between like 2008 and like when did I move to the Bay? Like 2019.
Interesting.
So I was there.
I grew up about 30 minutes from there.
Where? I mean, can you name
Near
some-
Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Bloomington was like where you went to when you wanted to get cheap flights to other places.
Yeah.
Dude, I flew out of CMI though, like to a lot of places, and it was crazy because everybody's like, "Fuck!" When it was just like, "Oh, you're gonna pay for my flight? Okay, great." They're like, "Where are you flying at? What's your hotel? What's the airport code?" It's like, "Yeah, CMI." You got to use the C bullets to kill those flashing guys, dude.
Oh yeah.
And then that guy too, that big guy, you got to use the C bullets. Don't waste them on anything else with the flashing guys. Oh, and when you hit him when he's black, you die.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah, that's how it works. That's what the manual says. This game.
You know,
I played this game so many times drunk, but I've made it like almost to the. I made it to the end boss like every time. So.
I forget you're an Illinois kid. Are you still in Illinois, Smoke? Or no?
San Diego now.
You're in San Diego, yeah.
That was a long time ago when I was in Illinois. But my family was all Chicago, and I grew up in Central Illinois.
Also, I have to point this out. I think she was a porn star. Everybody's like Googling that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Half your viewers are gonna jump off now.
There's a
This is the
there's a
kind of
joke
game people
here, but
come
I'm
to the
losing
stream
it. Yeah.
for.
Yeah. No, I would fundamentally believe pretty much anyone watching my stream at this point is in for the long haul. Yeah.
And for the long haul.
Yeah. Let's see. Sega Kid agreed. The Xbox 360 was the first time I had a decent PC controller. Yeah, I could agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you ever used this guy, the Sidewinder ball joint. This thing here.
Oh, I gotta see this.
Yeah, you fucking.
Oh, that fucking thing.
Only seen these in pictures.
Yeah.
You gotta find some games that you can play with that.
I can't even get this thing to work.
How does it not work?
I don't know. It's USB even. I don't know. I was trying to get it to work and I could not get it to talk to anything.
D input, so like you could just set, D input on RetroArch and just play a bunch of old emulators with that fucker. And just point.
I think it would be great for like old flight sims. I think it would be kind of fun because it has this great like. Oh my crap! I'm gonna die because I didn't.
I thought originally when I saw a picture of that it was like the ultimate controller for Descent or something, but then somebody said it's not a mouse.
Well, I think
it's just the axis.
Yeah, it's kind of I don't know. I feel like I never saw this thing until later, but I think I saw it for like $2 at a thrift store. And I was like, I need that in my life.
Nice. That is actually like the best thing you could have ever done. That's your next video. You got to make a video like that.
I got a couple other random things, My favorite thing is I have this like Star Wars keyboard peripheral. That's the Millennium Falcon cockpit that will direct you through the Star Wars universe using the toy set. But yeah, I need to do a video with that. I just haven't gotten around to it. Oh god, these grenades. Oh fuck. Phantasm fucking nades.
Dude, this game just sucks all over. Like,
Oh
if
yeah,
you
it's...
can the end, you that's 6 hours you're never gonna get back. Dude, I practiced this game so hard when like Wrestling with Gaming came on my stream. I was like, dude, we're gonna play this game, we're gonna beat it. It's like, because like for me, Yahel is like a real like YouTuber, and I was like, oh god, I gotta like make sure that I can like fucking win this game. Like, this was back in the day when I was like, all right, I'm gonna play games.
You gotta impress people.
Not to impress people, but just to make sure that it's just like, all right, people watch your shit because you can finish the game and you've got funny commentary with great people. And like, yeah, hell's great to like just comment on. And this game is fucking amazing just to like just bullshit over. But like, oh man, like I spent a whole week making sure that this game, like I could actually beat it. And I was like, fuck this fucking game, like for a week. Back when I had time, it's great. I have no time now. I just play.
Oh man, speaking of, I gotta break in here. Speaking of Neanderthals, I love it when we find skulls in archaeology that were used as drinking cups. I always think that's the most badass thing I've ever heard of.
Is that like a real thing or is that a movie?
Yeah, it's like it's incredibly common apparently. At least I hear about it a lot.
You know, what's easier, to cut open the head of your enemy and make a cup out of it, or to make a fucking cup out of clay and heat that shit in an oven? What's easier?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut that off. I saw the skull cup. I had to go for it.
Do it and kill these
I
bots.
thought it was very odd that there are Vatos in this game.
I know, it's just like, what the fuck? Why are they dressed like this? This is bullshit. You see bullet, you gotta see bullet on the big fucking guy that comes up out of the flashing guy. You want to kill him when he's white, not when he's black.
So what annoys me is you have the fucking poison things that like take life away. So if you shoot them, you lose life, and I'm like, why is that even a fucking thing?
On the white flashing guys, if you kill them when they're white.
No, like occasionally from the air, the things that drop down. If you grab the wrong one, it hurts you.
Oh yeah, you just like let off the fucking bullets, Neanderthal.
Yeah.
Please. You have your skull drank out of?
my skull drank
me
cup.
Of Island of the Living Dead.
Have you not played this game?
Also known as Zombie. I played it on.
Either of you ever watched the George Romero movie? It was like it was a sequel to Diary of the Dead, where like they were on an island, and it was like these two rival families were fighting with zombies. You ever watched that movie? It was like early 2000s.
No.
Well, no, it's like mid.
Sounds good.
Like 2009-ish.
Who is this actor here?
He was the monkey vendor in Batman Returns, and he was also in DS9 a lot.
Oh, God,
as a Bajoran.
They're killing action figures.
Acting the Complex said Vincent Schiavelli. Schiavelli?
That's supposed to be like a real person, but they killed an action figure. It's so great.
If Picard was replaced with Hitler, with the Federation invades space Poland.
Yeah. It was supposed to be a person, not an action figure, but fuck it. What's it mean? And it's just like, oh, these crazed maniacal killers, where do they think this up? In death. In life.
Oh, survival of the dead.
In death, they're going to be even more. You gotta be careful about the voodoo stuff. You just want to shoot the ammo, not the voodoo stuff, man.
Yeah, that's my mistake.
The breath, though, is good. The little cups that'll give you life.
Yep.
So speaking of Romero and islands, that Island of the Living Dead or Zombie was in Italy. There was a big. So they tried to make their own sequel to Dawn of the Dead. I think was the second one.
Okay, why the fuck? Sorry, my computer was like, "Hey, you're running low on storage. Delete your previous version of Windows." I'm like, "Why the fuck is there a previous version of Windows when you did the update?"
Because you did an update.
Just kept it in case you wanted.
It's like the same thing as installing Windows 98 over Windows 95, but they do it every year instead of every 5 years now. So you're fucked every year.
Fuck you, fucking.
Sorry. It's just...
Yeah. So this movie, there was a big lawsuit involved, and they determined that they could name it Island of the Living Dead or Island of the Dead, But they had already changed the name to Zombie at that point. So I always knew it as Island of the Dead, but its actual name, by most people call it by Zombie. It's a really good zombie movie. And it was like an illicit follow-up to Dawn of the Dead by a different director.
Oh.
All right, I got one quick interjection. Mephitis
Dario Argento, maybe. Was it? Can't remember.
Mephitis Lepew, you posted like this insane crystal disc mark, and I want to know how you did it, because I was like, dude, is that a RAID 0 with like 2 PCI 4? How'd you fucking do that?
In my Discord?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's like, come on, this isn't even hard. And he posts like, it's a fucking god tier crystal disc mark. And I was like, dude, how did you do that?
Well, I mean, to be fair, this computer in my garage is over 10 years old at this point.
Oh, I don't give a shit about your 10-year-old. Gee, man, you got to replace that soon here anyway. But like,
I don't need it streams just fine. I don't need to replace anything.
Well, exactly, that's the thing. It's like, you're just playing old emulators, man. Like,
all I do is play legit consoles, and all it does is capture the footage. That's literally all this system does.
Yeah, Zombie starts off with.
I don't do like next to any emulation.
With a zombie that fights a shark.
Oh, nice.
Responding to a chat comment here.
Oh, do your thing.
No, Zombie has the wood splinter through the eye too.
Ooh. I believe I saw that on the rental show. That
movie has 3 different names, so it's hard for people to get it. It depends on like which tape you had or which DVD, what it said on it back then. I've tried talking about it with people, and everybody's like, "Oh, I knew that as Zombie 2. I knew it as Zombie. I knew it as Island of the Dead." It's very similar to this game in look.
Robbie Carrico says, Muta 8 Hype Train. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, Carrico, you're coming back from Bullock this week, aren't you? Sorry.
Yeah, where is Jimmy missing the Sega or the Saturn stream? Unbelievable.
You know what? Here's the thing. I've got a theory here right now, and I want you to clip this. I want you to post this on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, on everything that is social. Because like he's like, oh yeah, man, I love the Sega Saturn, but now we're playing the Sega Saturn. Where the fuck are you, Jimmy? Where are you?
Hashtag where's Jimmy?
Probably working. Or he'll probably show up in like 20 minutes when I'm like about to go to bed, and he'll be like, yeah, and I'm like, ah, goddamn, I gotta stay up because Jimmy's fucking coming on. Yeah. Because
I was like, Jimmy, I'm gonna play the Saturn. I'm gonna play all these Japanese games. He's like, yeah, man, you do that, and he's just like, he's noping the fuck out. Something tells me he does not actually like the Saturn. He's just saying that he likes the Saturn because he feels like he's got to.
Oh yeah, so there was Carrico. Be ready for Convoy, OIC, and trying to find retrans sites in the OCTC. Be ready for that. Let me switch titles.
Did you finish this game?
No, I died, and so we lost.
Okay,
You get credits.
That was like a 20-minute game.
He didn't finish the game. He didn't go to the open world map. He didn't get to the open world part.
No, I did. I did the open world. I did the open world. I guess I went straight for the fortress.
I just kind of want to get this game and like for the new video, because like I played it on the Sega Saturn before they did the remaster, and like it was so great just doing it with Yahalo, and he was just like ripping on the whole game.
You guys need Saturn mice. You got to get them. They make the light gun games playable on new TVs.
How much are the Saturn mice these days?
It used to be cheap. I don't know what it is.
Is there like a thing where you just plug in like a real mouse?
Not that I know of, but there should be. I wish they made a modern. Like they make that
adapter or something.
Well, actually, if you get the if you get the Saturn modem adapter, isn't there like a PS2 port on that thing?
Oh yeah, some of the and some of. Oh wait, I don't know about that. I was thinking of Dreamcast. Yeah. I have a bunch of those Dreamcast adapters that have PS2 inputs on them. I haven't used a Saturn one though.
And when we're talking about PS2, we're not talking about PlayStation 2. We're talking about the 8-pin DIN that you
PS/2.
Yeah, your mouse and keyboard into your 90s PC.
I have a Dreamcast adapter with an AT input on it, and I use that for my IBM Model F AT, and it's fucking awesome for typing of the dead.
I know.
It's like lighting up the forest.
These are like incredible. Just
it is chef's kiss. Yeah, but what was an AT adapter doing around in Dreamcast days? Just answer me that. Like, what?
It was only what,
Why?
1999, and so like AT keyboards still kind of existed still around then. I mean, like the PS2 standard kind of came around in like
I
91.
almost wonder if it came with
standard in like
keyboard version.
95. So
Yeah.
up until 95, you could have had a keyboard. It's like, oh, I got a keyboard from a computer from that's like 5 years old. Like, okay, yeah, it's using AT standard. Sure, like, okay. It's not too far of a stretch, but it is kind of a stretch. It's just a little bit. Just a mini stretch. That's it. All right, what's this fresh shower? Oh God, are we playing Mr. Bones? Oh
no.
Oh, this fucking piece of trash. I love this piece of shit. Oh, just give it to me, baby. I love Mr. Bones. Can you beat the first level? Can you please tell me that you can beat the first level?
I remember the last time I played this game, but I regret paying as much for this game as I did. I can tell you that.
So when I watched you play this game on your stream like about a year ago, I was like, okay, this game's a piece of shit. It sucks, whatever. And then like I watched the dude speedrun it on Summer Games Done Quick, I think is what it was. And I was like, holy shit, this game's amazing. If you could get past like at least the first two levels, it's incredible.
It's great art. You know, it divides opinion.
It's art. It is art.
That's how you know you had a good game. I mean, if it's like, 50-50 score on Metacritic, you made an outstanding piece of
The
art.
fact it's got to get to the point where he's just like, we're going to play blues on my guitar. It's like, what the fuck? And then you're like playing the drums. It's like, okay, I'm fucking locked in on this shit. But
This game has like 4 discs too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has a stupid ass number of fucking discs for what it
It's got
is.
a stupid ass number of cutscenes. That's why.
Yeah, we couldn't compress any of this. But I have to say that the video quality on this game versus the other ones looks like far less shitty.
Well, they were just like, dude, remember Final Fantasy VII? We could be Final Fantasy VII.
We could be that with our shitty Bones platformer. We could definitely be that.
All I can think of is the song where like the train's coming through. It's like, da, 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 but it's like this fucking guy with like his like back fro.
Dad says, "Hey, Mr. Bones ain't all bad." I'm not a big fan of this game. I'm not.
This game has an incredible story. That's
Well,
what makes.
I thought it was. I just thought it would be a much more well put together platformer. Like when I got it, because like people were like all talking its praises, and then I picked it up. I'm like, I am not enjoying this.
Imagine going bald and you're just like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna do the back fro.
This was from that time period where like any CGI was just fine with us.
Oh yeah,
as long as it was clearly
you didn't
CGI.
know any better. Yeah.
No, it's not, because like I could tell a shitty game from a good game, and this is a shitty game to play. It is an amazing game to watch if somebody knows how to play through the whole thing. Because holy shit, the cutscenes are so good in this. Oh my god!
I can't believe they made this game and then they named it Mr. Bones.
Oh, I believe.
You can be like Atlantis Last Resort in the Philips CDI, and I feel like the CG pre-rendered sequences were just as good.
This game could have easily been on the CDI and been better because of all the FMV sequences would have been an MPEG.
No, the funny thing is the FMV would look fucking better on the CDI.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
that's the creepy part.
The CDI had like a full MPEG 2 or MPEG 1 decoder, so there you go.
Sorry, Dad's like, I feel about Guardian Heroes like you guys feel about Mr. Bones. It takes all kinds.
Dude, Guardian Heroes is an incredible game too.
Guardian Heroes, I have to agree. I'm not a crazy. I know that everybody's crazy about it, and it's regarded as a really great game. I just couldn't, like, the few times I've tried playing it, I just couldn't deal or something.
We got
the different jumping up and down.
You and me, we just gotta just pick up 2 controllers, just play.
And then there's that horrible Xbox 360 Guardian Heroes, which is just total and complete garbage.
Xbox about it.
It's all filtered to hell. You just have to see it to believe it. It looks so horrible.
You know what? I'm the guy that plays through composite video, so I'm looking at it and being like, yeah, this looks pretty good.
No, it's real bad. It's bad. You'll see.
All right, can you explain what the fuck is going on, Ian?
I'm not actually listening, so same boat.
How do skulls have lips?
They
should be like
Sega Saturn.
It's the power of the Sega Saturn. See, that's the problem. It's like Sega Saturn puts lips on shit that doesn't need lips.
That's
they're like elastic.
Believe it or not, the Sega Saturn has a specialty third processor for just lip processing.
Yeah.
At least
It's
3.
a special thing they did there.
I always hear about more things that the Saturn has in it. They're like, it has 16 CPUs, 4 GPUs, 300 megabytes of nothing. But nobody ever used any of it.
Just don't run into this. I'm kind of surprised that like demo scene coders haven't like turned something out on the Sega Saturn that's really fucking impressive.
No, I think what was it? Genovi was doing a grading challenge on homebrew Saturn stuff, and it was actually it was pretty impressive because like they had much better ideas than the actual Saturn devs had.
One of the things that I wanted to do is a YouTube show, but like it would require time, money, and effort. So like I'll never be able to get around to this. So I'll just throw the idea out there because if someone makes it, like fuck yeah, I'll watch that. I think that someone should be like, okay, I want to make a game design, and then someone comes up with a game design document or whatever. Like, okay, this is what the game is going to be, and then they get a group of programming teams that really know their shit on like the same generation of console. And then it basically comes down to like, okay, who can make the better version of that? So, for example, someone would be like, okay, I got a 3D action platformer, and it's got this type of art and whatever. And then it's like, okay, Xbox or not Xbox, but like PlayStation, N64, and I don't know what game console is technically in the same generation. What, the 3DO?
Ish, yeah.
Yeah, the 3DO is technically considered the same console generation, so it's just like you got.
I always get those generation things confused.
I know, but still, I think that would make for really compelling content to be like, okay, you know, the 3DO is like the underdog, and if anybody can do anything that looks halfway good on that, you're like,
yeah, I would like.
I mean, would be awesome.
Take systems that don't have much content like the 3DO and make some kind of like badass shoot 'em up or something for it would be sweet.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like this and call it just console wars, right? It's like, all right, console wars.
How long does this fucking stage go? Jesus.
You're just like a head and a rib now left.
I know, yeah. I'm just like barely making it here.
This is like Time Killers.
Parts. Oh, you're fucking.
Fuck.
You guys play Time Killers?
Not really.
Time Killers.
Arcade game where it's like a Mortal Kombat ripoff, but you cut off limbs and stuff. I have that PCB of Time Killers.
Well, good. Nice. And then you can play it on your.
Yeah, Jaguar was technically this generation as well.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's like it would be great to give a game design document to somebody and be like, okay, you got to make this game and make it as impressive as possible. Because now that people are using modern tools to do stuff, and now that they're like, okay, we know what all the tricks that you can do on these systems are. Let's get teams of programmers and like demo scene groups that can just like, okay, put this shit together. I think that would be an incredibly compelling show, and I think it would be kind of expensive. That's the only problem. It's like, I don't know if YouTube is the right place for it. It seems like a Netflix kind of show, you know?
I've heard pitching shows to Netflix is a very achievable goal.
Oh, it is. It is. You just
I'm gonna go grab another beer.
Nice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Do it. So this the next game we're gonna play is all for Gorilla Jones. It's a Saturn title, which could be considered good, which I think is definitely against the grain of my brand. But yeah, it's gonna be. We're gonna play some Iron Storm.
Iron Storm. What the fuck is Iron Storm?
It's a Working Designs title ported to the United States by them. And it's kind of like a 3D, well, it's like a hexagonal strategy game with 3D game elements within it. Excuse me. Dad says, for real? Oh, but don't worry, Dad. We'll play it incredibly poorly.
Dad says that the Jaguar 3DO, Omega CD32, Philips CDI, FM Tom Smarty, Apple Pippin, PS1 Saturn are all part of the same generation.
I don't feel it's fair to put this Philips CDI in the same generation.
But fuck it, man. It's just like that's Wikipedia.
Well, because I mean, the Philips CDI is basically a 16-bit system for the most part.
Unfortunately, that Wikipedia article references Adam Koralik.
Oh yeah. I think Bob had an issue with that.
Oh my goodness, Iron Storm.
I just made that up.
Here.
Here's a little tip. Better turn the RTX on for that one.
But yeah, I think I feel like the funny thing is Adam Carolla, despite his like lackluster production style, I feel like he's very approachable for a lot of layman's folks.
My friend who forwards me he texts me like millions and millions of things, just anything he sees, he texts me that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
He'll text me Adam Korlick stuff sometimes, and I'm like, well, that's when you know you made it, when you've got just random people sending out your videos to people because they like retro stuff, you know.
Yeah.
You know, that's the fucking YouTube algorithm, man. Like, here's the thing, like, you make herp derp shit, you're gonna be high up on
Matt
that.
Action, what's up, man?
Let me tell you how crouching behind the white block makes you go behind the map in Mario 3. Mind fucking blown!
Well, I think Adam Carolla had the advantage of being the first guy to really push those shitty SCART to HDMI upscalers. And so he was like, he was the first guy talking about those. I mean, despite how shitty they're very accessible to a lot of people. So I mean, that's the benefit.
Things like you can order them. You don't
use first HDMI scaler. I have
so I mean, like, you're okay. You have your retro tank. Yeah, you have that. But then you have that SCART to HDMI upscaler, which, I mean, as shitty as that thing is, it still looks pretty good, and it's also very cheap. So you have that benefit.
OSSC and all this stuff.
It's the gateway drug.
Can anybody talk about the RetroTink 5X? Can anybody?
I'm sure Smoke could.
Right,
I'm sure Smoke can.
I gotta fucking know. If you can't talk, it's fine.
He just gave it to me. He gave me a RetroTink 5X Pro in a box when he picked up the Neo Geo I modified for him a few weeks ago, and he didn't give me any. Mike Chi.
No. Who is it for? Who should buy one?
I
probably
haven't hooked it up yet. I'm actually going to use it with the Saturn when I get it going on the TV.
That's fine.
But he didn't give me any strings attached about it, so I guess I could talk about it. But I don't know anything is the problem.
So a Sega kid says, then you watch My Life in Gaming and your money just... Yeah, you'll watch them. You're like, fuck, I need a FrameMeister. I'm a peasant. Jesus.
Yeah, I think the 5X Pro is like an OSSC FrameMeister type deal.
Okay. I mean, I saw this thing on Twitter where it was just like, dude, I'm de-interlacing a VHS tape that's cutting in and out with a variable frame rate. I was like, God damn it.
I kind of feel like he's doing that stuff for me because I've been pushing him to get to make it so that you can watch, like, well, we talked about like the original Star Trek Next Generation, like on a PVM and really high quality. Or I was talking about how like museums are always showing their video art on PVMs, but they're usually connecting them pretty shittily.
Yeah,
but maybe that's the way it was intended, because they are doing composite effects and stuff.
Composite video, you guys like, oh, it's all shitty, it's composite video, but like, I don't know about you, but like, if I'm gonna play on real hardware, I might as well play on composite video. Because if I wanted sharp pixels, I'll just play on an emulator. Because at least I can rewind.
You should probably watch it. I mean, you should check out SCART. Really, if you want like really good.
It's like, I don't know about you, but if I want sharp pixels, like, I'll just play on a fucking emulator.
No, honestly, I'm really fucking jealous of European people and the fact that they got SCART connections. I'm like, it's one fucking connector that goes in stupid easy. And I'm like, why the fuck did we not do that?
Basically got component video, but it's one connector, so it was easy.
No, well, I mean, like, so SCART, you get component and RGB in one fucking connector type, just based on the fucking resistors they put in the SCART connector. So it has both those capabilities, and I'm like,
you can run anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, why the fuck?
You can do component, I think.
I don't know why. Why didn't that catch on in the States? It's so fucking easy.
They could probably do SCART to HDMI.
God, like maybe. 16. Jesus.
And how many pins are in SCART? Like,
I mean, SCART is just the connector, so like anything you send through it, I guess you can send. Yeah.
Exactly. Like if somebody standardized, like, hey, dude, let's just do HDMI over this. Fuck it. We'll just keep making SCART.
Oh wait, sorry. Sorry. Dad just said Adam sure gets samples from all the flash cards, OSSC, RetroTink, and cable devices. Adam sure sold his soul to the M Classic devil. The M Classic, I thought that was interesting because I was sitting there looking at it for a bit because I absolutely love making like Dreamcast shit look really nice without like doing like major like hardware modifications. So I was like, I wonder if I did that if it would look really good.
Man, just a VGA cable makes Dreamcast look so good.
Oh my god! Like
on a monitor.
So my friend, like we rented a beach house, and like I brought my Dreamcast and a VGA connection and a S video composite and stuff like that. And the TV at the beach house had a VGA, but it wouldn't take the Dreamcast signal. And I was sitting there trying to make that shit work, and I went to like a Radio Shack to try and make it work, and they were like making fun of me about how it like oh, it looks just so much better in VGA. I'm like, fuck you guys, it looks way better, trust me. And they just giving me shit about it.
Go fuck off into the hole that
But
became- Jesus Christ.
but then later,
Man, you were right there.
Did that lead you to like joining the army and becoming a badass? Was that the
no,
thing?
so then it was but no, I was already in the army at that point. But then later, when we got back to my house and I hooked up the Dreamcast via VGA, they're like, "Fuck, that does look better." I'm like, "See, you motherfuckers didn't believe me. This shit looks great. I don't know what your problem is."
Remember, kids, drink responsibly.
Yeah, pretty much. M Classic
So
is pointless.
I'm flanked on both sides by 20-inch PVMs here. One on my right, one on my left. And then I have a VGA monitor right behind me.
But the problem is like, how do you make a stand that you could? So all my stuff is like mounted to the table because it's all light and modern. I'm like, how do I mount a PVM to my desk?
I'll tell you what I did because I ran into the same thing when I was shopping desks. I got at Home Depot a 6-foot block, a 6-foot plank of butcher block,
Okay.
1.5 inches, almost 2 inches thick. And then I got cast iron legs, and I just built like this table. Like,
Did you take a picture of
could
this?
park
Could you
my
make
car
a
on it.
video about this, please?
well, you just take your butcher block and you just screw legs
I
onto
don't even know
it.
what a butcher block is. I'm from the city.
Go to
okay?
go to Home Depot, and they sell butcher block in like 6-foot by 2.5-foot chunks.
For me
It's
to
just
go
a
to Home
it's just
Depot,
one big board.
putting me and my family at risk, dude. Okay, like you need to make
Have
a
them
video, be
deliver it.
like, dude, this is so worth it, and I believe you that it's worth it. But like, I need to be convinced for like 3 or 4 minutes.
So what I did, what was crazy was, I actually got like the 9-foot cut, and I had them cut off which took a lot of convincing to have them cut it. And it like the thing was smoking their big saw, but they cut off a 3-foot chunk of it, and I made a second table. So I got 2 tables out of this one chunk of butcher block, and you could park cars on them. I mean, it's like chunky.
I need to know. I need to know about this. That's the thing. It's like, okay, I want a CRT, but the problem is that you got to get a table that can hold like 50
10 million pounds. Yeah.
50 pounds. 50 pounds, even for a small CRT.
I'm gonna refill my drink. I'll be right back. Enjoy this brief view of the Blitz here.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So
That's
the thing.
my recommendation, because any tables that were good enough that I found cost a fortune. Like because you need to get like a real wood
Because
table.
nobody makes them that way. Like
Yeah.
even the stand that I have on my TV, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna put like a halfway modern TV that can hold like 30 pounds. It's like people don't make stands like that anymore. They're just
Yeah,
like
and so these iron bars I got, each
TV
leg is rated at 250 pounds.
nice.
And there's 4 on it.
So you could probably put like a big old like 32-inch CRT.
Oh, you could.
that
I
weighs,
think
like,
you could
100
put
pounds.
1,000 pounds on it, honestly.
Okay.
But yeah, like my PVMs, I mean, it's not going anywhere with what I've got on it.
The problem is like these flat panels. I've got them on things that mount to the desk, and then I can position them. And like that's what I need. I need something that I can position a CRT, like a 14-inch CRT to like the left of my monitors.
Mm-hmm.
I would be able to like mount it to my desk and do that stuff. And I was like, I don't know if I could even do that because like my desk is only like 1/2 inch thick.
Yeah, my desk has all sorts of stuff like clamped to it all over, like a bunch of lights,
Yeah, exactly.
microphone, all this kind of stuff
I
just
should show you how I
clamped
mounted
everywhere.
my camera. I put it on a slider, and I bought 2 of those like stands that just like clamps to the desk, and they're like you're supposed to put like a light or like one thing on it. But
Mhm.
I bought little adapters that screw in the slider, and so like
Mhm.
now if I need to move my camera to the left or right, it's easy, and it's like right behind my monitor. And I took a picture and I put it on my Discord, and like folks, it was funny because like I was like, all right, I got this new camera setup. They're like, dude, your monitor's thick. It's like, dude, I bought it like 10 years ago. It's a 10-bit monitor. It does sRGB. It's 1001 contrast ratio. You don't need any better for sRGB. And like HDR monitors at this size suck unless I'm gonna get like a 42-inch OLED, which I can't put a camera behind. So, fuck.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm the HDR guy.
My table, I started going underneath it now too and mounting things. So I've drilled tons of holes in it, and I have brackets holding everything. So
Dude,
I have like my whole stack of
I would
MIDI
love
modules.
Make
is
a video
under
about
there.
that. Like here's how I mount everything to my table, and here's how I do it.
Yeah,
Because
the problem is it looks like Crazyville here. I mean, there's 1,000 wires under there.
it's Crazyville under my desk. I've got like 10 gig networking. I've got like, XLR cables going to like every fucking thing from all of my 3 PCs. I've got like a big ass power strip for all the PCs that are behind it. It's funny because I actually cleaned up behind my desk because like I don't have a tripod anymore. I mounted the light to the ceiling. It's like, okay, cool. But I just don't know how to mount a CRT somewhere without putting up a big ass desk with like 4 blocks of 2x4 with like a big old, what's the floorboard called? Like a composite floorboard that you would cut into a square to put on top of that.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to see if I can find a picture of my desk because I took a really good one when it was clean one day. Where is that? And I put my lights on and everything.
What'd I miss?
Just mounting shit to your desk. I should take a picture and show everybody. I should show it on your Discord so that everybody joins your Discord. In fact, if you have not joined the Historic Nerd Discord, what the hell are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
That's where I met my wife.
Yeah, exactly. I met my wife on the Historic Nerd Discord. That is correct.
It brings all kinds together.
It brings all kinds together. And not only that, but you can also be like, dude, when's the weekend stream? And then Ian's be like, I don't know. Maybe. So how do I post
around 10?
How do I post a link to your Discord? Can I just
Oh, Jazz just said, I picked up my M Classic at Christmas. So far, I can't tell if it's doing anything. That seems to be the consensus with that. I don't know if I'm fighting for the Germans or the French right now. And how do I select units? Okay,
I don't think you can make a link. How do I make a link to your Discord?
You probably can't.
Gotta do it.
I think you're not an administrator, so I'm not sure you can.
Oh, dang.
I'm drinking a German beer.
Let me try here really quick. 1 sec.
You should post it in the chat now for people to join because I just like hyped it all up and now people are gonna be like, how the fuck do I get on? It's like, oh man, oh, this Coors Light. I gotta go to bed. It's midnight. The Coors Light is starting to hit me. The alcohol.
He's riding the silver bullet.
1 sec. I'm gonna post it here.
Bang. Mephitis got you.
Oh, Memph got it? All right. No, apparently my phone's gonna tell you guys. All right. There you go.
So there you go. Join the Discord. Go to Historic Nerd stuff. Now I can post pictures of my setup.
Oh, I got Mulligan here. Sega of America should have been given chief decision. Yeah, I feel definitely the Sega of America should have been given a lot of the decision-making factors, considering they were the only successful part of that whole branch there. But then again, I also feel like Bernie Stolar should not have been given the right to talk to anyone that made games for Sega in the mid-90s, because he seemed to just piss off everybody. That's a whole interesting factor there. And what's kind of crazy is, like, despite Bernie Stolar pissing off a lot of people, he still managed to pull off one of the most successful console launches in history. Well, that still wasn't enough for the Dreamcast to be the colossal juggernaut it needed to be.
Nope. I got into the Dreamcast after it was already dead. Weirdly enough, like in our dorms, I heard that it had been hacked basically, and like my buddy who lived next door, who I'm still friends with, had one, and my roommate had one, and then I ordered us a bunch of burned discs from Japan because it was before you had like CD burners affordably, and that's what really got us into Dreamcast because we went from having like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Resident Evil to having like 50 games.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I think that was a big thing because I remember a lot of people were buying the Dreamcast just because you could do shit for it like that. Mm-hmm. See, Dad says, ironically, despite being thought of as a failure, the Saturn ended up being Sega's most successful system in Japan. Yeah, no, that's kind of the thing. It was like the Saturn it had a lot of sell-through in Japan where like a lot of retailers picked it up because basically Virtual Fighter 2 was the main pushing factor that made the console successful there. But apparently a lot of the consoles were just sitting on store shelves in Japan for a long time. But yeah, but for whatever reason, like the Genesis was never successful in Japan the same way the NES was or any of those ones. So it was always one of those things where like Sega of Japan was always playing second fiddle to Sega of America, which was the main driver for console sales. I don't know, it's always interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I can't move there?
See,
Can I bombard?
that's where I feel like I've said this before. When I'm listening to you guys talk about like the people in the industry and stuff, I feel like Tom Cruise in Eyes Wide Shut when he's at the party he shouldn't be at. I feel like I'm a little out of my element.
It's really intriguing because like the Saturn is one of those systems like where it really like it had a lot of potential, but just through sheer management error and just management error and just sheer incompetence, it really just failed miserably. Because Sega of Japan was like, we have to make sure we beat the PlayStation to market, man. We got to get this thing out there. So we're gonna go ahead and just half everybody's orders and then cancel orders to everybody else. And we're only going to send it to some people. So then what ends up happening is you have like people like me who live in Northern California, where we only had like a KB Toys, was one of our main console distributors. Was only one person had a fucking Saturn. And that was because they drove to fucking the Bay Area to buy one.
Because I never saw one in the wild. I think I knew it existed. I mean, maybe I saw it in magazines or something. I sort of remember the name Saturn, but
no, I knew it was out there, and I thought it was pretty cool. I'm like, oh, Sega's pretty cool, but like the Saturn, I was kind of like, if I got to fucking drive 6 hours to try and get one, I'm not interested. So I kind of sat that out, and then got an N64 when that came out.
I think in retrospect, PlayStation was invincible. I just don't think anybody, no matter how well they had planned anything, I think PlayStation was just destined to a clean house.
I remember getting in arguments in the schoolyard with kids because I was like, fuck you, Sega's better. And they're like, fuck you, PlayStation. I'm like, yeah, bullshit. PlayStation's only been on the game for like a fucking day. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like,
well, you didn't know back then if it was just going to be another, 3DO or something.
Oh, yeah, I mean, like,
which is what it looked like.
But that was just how it went.
I never had a PlayStation. Wouldn't have minded one.
Yeah, I knew so many people that had PlayStations growing up.
Yeah, I knew people who had them. But it was mostly like we're playing like 3D fighting games for the most part. Tekken and what's that other one? Crap, the beer's gotten me.
Sorry. Said PC Engine was #1 in Japan. Great system. Oh my god, yeah. The PC Engine, and then what would later become the TurboGrafx 16. Man, like the TurboGrafx 16 is such a fascinating story of how to play every card you have wrong in your hand, despite having a winning deck. And then it's like the TG16 should have been such a more amazing.
It should have been.
Oh my god, it's so amazing to look at that and be like, my god, they fucked that up so bad.
Yeah, Dad, you got it. Battle Arena Toshin. Dad.
Oh yeah, that was great. Yeah, Tekken made American players forget about Virtual Fighter. Yeah, I believe that.
I was from a pretty small town, so there were a lot of things
if Saturn
to be fair.
Could have sold more of the PS1. Well, I think if Sega had figured out a better way to lower the price of the Saturn, I think they definitely could have.
Yeah.
Because the fact that it was $399 was a huge freaking disadvantage to the PlayStation's $299. I'm a firm believer in that being a huge impact because it wasn't like
I think it was.
It wasn't that the Saturn didn't have. I mean, because at that point Sega had 50% market share. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like 400. No, there's no way.
That's I wonder where. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, what's that?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you were saying no way. What?
So there's just no universe where my family would have gotten a $400 console, and 300 would have been, I think, the limit, like the extreme limit of what you could push.
Oh
like
yeah,
people like normal people who aren't like crazy video gamers into buying a console or something.
Oh yeah, Jazz the same boat as we are. didn't know anybody with a Saturn growing up. I knew one person with a Saturn, and it was because they fucking went and got it. like the drive for a while.
I worship the Saturn nowadays, though. It's just I like it. I know you aren't crazy about it, but it's just to me, it's just I like all of the systems, arcade and console, that are towards the end of 2D, because I feel like they're like you get like a 2D powerhouse basically. You know, like I really like the IGS PGM arcade board, arcade system. I like CPS2. I like the Saturn. I like those things that are like this is it. You know, like the height of a technology before it disappears completely. I feel like that's what Saturn is at that point.
What's up, guys? I'm back.
Welcome back. I thought you were falling asleep because you had too many cures.
No, I was looking for my phone and I was like, "Fuck, where's my phone?" I'm like, "Hey Siri, where are you? Where's Siri? Where's Siri?" Like that's what I do when I'm trying to find my phone. But I posted a picture of the setup that I used to mount the slider behind my desk for streaming on your Discord. So if you are like, "Dude, how do I put shit on my desk to save room?" That is the way you do it. You'll notice that the desk is really far away from the wall. That is to prevent for a couple of things. One, I can put lights behind it. Two, I can bounce lights off of the white sheets that are back there, which are also sound dampening blankets.
I see some sound.
Is that a drawing tablet back there as well?
No, it's a. Those are PCs back there. I don't know. You will have to point.
Well, so you have this thing. It looks like a. Oh, is that just the top of a PC case?
Is that a room full of amiibos?
Because it looks like you have like a little Wacom drawing tablet right there.
No.
And I feel like, did you give up on a dream at some point? Like
No, I cannot draw. I'm not that kind of person, which is weird because like most director of photographies can like storyboard their own stuff, and I'm like, people look at my stuff like, what the fuck am I looking at? It's like, just let me fucking shoot it.
You're like, leave me alone, fuck you.
But what I say is like the camera's on a slider, so when I need to move it and get a different angle, I can do that without having a tripod back there. And I also moved the light, mounted it to the ceiling, which you can't see in that shot. But like, it's pretty nice. And then I can leave my PCs back there.
Oh yeah, I do recall the that promotion that the Sega was doing, where you like buy one and get freaking 3 games free or whatever it was.
Yeah, I remember those commercials. I was like, dude, you guys are fucking desperate and ready to cancel the system. And then they canceled it like within 8 months after that promotion. It was crazy.
So the sad thing was, I remember when Panzer Dragoon came out, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's a cool looking game, but in my head, I'm like, why is it so on rails? It's like where I was so going, but it was interesting because I feel like it's interesting because like Sega even today has that issue where they can make these amazing, interesting 3D games, but they still keep you very much on rails. Like even like all their freaking like Sonic games, like all the 3D ones, like Sonic Forces and all that, like still have that issue of being very much on rails, which is just fascinating to me.
I'll just tell you this right now. When I was making and looking at Saints Row, we had telemetry that came back in terms of like what are the most replayed missions and everything. The missions that were on rails, the on-rail shooters, were the most replayed missions in the game. They were the most popular, and in fact, when we made Saints Row 3, we were like, well, shit, we better make like a couple of these. And that's the problem. It's just like, you as a gamer are like in the top, 80% in terms of skill. That's why people are like just like watching you because they're just
I doubt anyone's here to watch me for skill. I'll tell you that right now.
You're in the top 80% of skill because people are just like amazed at like, oh man, you just don't die and like you keep your cool and like you're not like fucking leaning around every time you do everything. That's the thing is like we would watch these play testers play. They're like, what kind of gamer are you? Like, dude, I love games. I play games like 10 hours a day, and it's just like, there's no way you're playing 10 hours a day. You fucking suck. And it's funny because it's just like, you stream, you're just like, shit, I should probably practice the game before I stream a little bit because like I don't want people to be like, oh man, you fucking suck. But like we would watch people play the game. It's like, holy shit, how are you so bad? And then they would tell you how many hours a day they would play games. Like, how the fuck are you playing games for so long? Holy shit.
Check out
I actually found a picture of my desk too. Finally. Looking
Oh
like
my
it.
god.
Post that picture of your desk in the Discord so we get more people to join.
All right,
There are people joining. Dad just joined. He's like, dude, I need to see your desk. That's
There we go.
that's the fucking shit that I need right there. Look at that thick boy right there.
You see that Pontiac Fiero model on top of the right PVM?
Oh, holy shit. You have 2
That's
PVMs?
everything.
Fucking share the love, man. Shit, I don't even have one CRT in my house anymore. I got rid of my CRT so long ago, and I was like, fucking worst decision I ever made.
I have gotten rid of TVs, but I tried to pass them on to like friends.
So I do have. I did bring this out here because I wanted to experience the full awful that is the Saturn experience. So I did bring out a North American controller with the thumb diggers right here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I have one of those.
Yeah,
Those
they're-
are okay. Fine, they're fine.
I have a
They're
ton of those.
they're not bad, but man, they get painful after a while if you're not careful.
I have 8 or 9 Saturns.
Neanderthal, fucking Neanderthal.
I have 8 or 9 Saturns because I used to buy them at half-price books when I lived in Madison because they were $15. Those in Dreamcast, and they always came with like 1 or 2 American controllers. So I probably have 10 American. Like, what do I do with these?
I'll take another one because I could.
They're oddly hard to
could
find
send you
these days. How do I end turn?
I actually don't think it's horrible. I just think that compared to the real Saturn controller, it's just trash. Basically, the D-pad.
It's not as good. It's not as good as a real Saturn controller because like, I got a remake of them when I bought those $20 ones. You know, from who's remaking them right now?
Yeah, Retrobit or somebody.
Yeah, I bought one of those Retrobit ones, but I bought it for my PC, and I was like, oh yeah, this is so much nicer than the US one. And like when I'm testing Saturn games and Sega games, just in general, on my PC, it's like, okay, I'm gonna do this. So like Monday through Friday, I have like 40 minutes of free time to myself, and I'm basically just like looking at Sega CD, Sega Saturn, and PlayStation games.
Is that your me time?
That is my me time, so that when I stream on the weekends, I was like, all right, I'm not showing you bullshit. I'm showing you stuff that I think that is good.
Nice. So you're prepared.
Yeah.
I was on the verge of buying the Retrobit controller, and then I looked on eBay and I ended up getting the real Saturn skeleton pad, the This Is Cool one. It was the same price as a Retrobit.
I mean, you see this, right? You see this.
It's a sexy controller.
Yeah, but it's USB, and it's just like whatever. It's like okay, you use it, and it's like okay, it's new.
It's the height of controllers, really.
I wouldn't say it's the height of controllers, but it just gives you an authentic experience.
I would say that.
I mean, here's the thing: the Xbox One controller is really hard.
I agree. Xbox One is the only thing that
okay,
challenges it.
Cyber
And
Speedway
Xbox
is pretty
Series
great.
X is good. Have you used the Series X controller too?
I have one. I have a Series X because I do work on the Series.
And it's even like a dish D-pad, more like
Here's
the
the
Saturn.
thing. Here's the problem: the texture on the D-pad, because it's not smooth. If
Yeah.
you're a person that APM bumps or just like hitting the buttons really fast to like, you know, while you're warming up, so you can be quick. It drags on your finger, kind of like the NES controller, where he's like, oh man, my finger's sore. And the old one, which is smooth, doesn't do that to you. So,
I just noticed I played with the
if you're
Series
casual,
X.
It's better. If
I
you're
played with the
like
Series
pro-
X for. Sorry, I keep cutting you off. Sorry.
Go,
But-
go.
Don't apologize.
So I was using the Series X for like a week, and then the battery died, and I instantly went back to the Xbox One, and I was like, the Xbox One, it feels more luxurious. I don't know what it is, if it's the texture or what.
There's two things. It's one, there's less on this, so it's less dragging on your fingers. The texture on the back is not as intense.
Like eggshell, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the Series X feels good at first because like, oh man, I have more grip. But when you are in a really long gaming session, it's not as good because it's just like, fuck, this actually is grating on my fingers because I'm like fucking hitting this as hard as I can.
Another thing I saw about the Series
Casual would
X.
be fine. If you're casual, it's great. It feels better.
Another thing I saw after a week of using it, it was nasty on the back. And I'm a clean guy. But compared to like I had used my Xbox One, I hadn't washed it since I got it. It was pretty clean. It was really clean. And then you look at the back of the Series X, and it was like there were like black marks where my fingers were. I was like, they did something after a week.
SN30 Pro from 8BitO. I have something that's similar to that. They're okay.
It's a good controller. I really like it. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's kind of like a Genesis had a child with the Saturn. And if you run it wired, it's like less than 1 millisecond of lag.
I don't know.
Really makes me wish I had Worth Under installed.
Controllers for lag, so that's something interesting to think about.
Yeah, Pork Chop Express. Test them on Mister, where we have 7 millisecond polling.
Look at you trying to get demonetized with the swastikas on there. I'm gonna thumbs up for that.
Oh man, Jimmy Hop was missing swastikas and Saturn.
I know, seriously,
Yeah.
like Saturn and swastikas. Jimmy, when is Jimmy? Can we talk about Jimmy Con right now? If you tell me to shut the fuck up, I will.
Oh, you mean his parents' garage, drinking in Las Vegas?
Yeah, tell me about this, because everybody's talking about it, and then like Mike, she was just like, dude, I wasn't invited, and I was like, oh man, I feel weird. Like, should I shut up right now? I don't know. I like how everybody's posting their gaming stations on their Discord, dude. Everybody's like a fucking serious gamer here. I'm fucking proud of everybody here.
Awesome setup. Jesus.
But please tell me about Jimmy.
I've already been belittled here by this.
No, I mean the joke Jimmy and I were going for was that if Portland Retro Gaming Expo got canceled this year, we would just all go to Vegas and meet up in his parents' garage and drink. That was.
But I feel like we're all privileged enough that we'll probably all be vaccinated by like August of this year.
Well, apparently since I'm Idaho Guard, we already have our allotment set aside, but I'm waiting for us to get it though.
I mean, like,
hop away from Vegas.
They're yeah, me
That'd be
too.
cool.
And they're telling me that like, hey, you'll probably be vaccinated by the summer. So as long as you guys put it in like August, September, like,
Let's sell tickets
feel
to his parents'
comfortable
garage.
coming
We can do this.
Jimmy Con.
Let's do it.
I'm just gonna wear my mask around you guys anyways, so. I'm kidding.
Don't want you fucking nerds breathing on me. Your
You're
bad
supposed to
teeth.
do a mask anyway, right? Like that's the new thing. There's like
I've just adapted. Like I prefer the mask. Like it keeps people on my shit. Like, like I'm gonna keep using it forever.
I'm gonna get like a little political here for a second. Just shut me down right now, Historicnerd. If you're just like, no, don't. But like, I found that people who are anti-maskers, the quickest way to get them to put a fucking mask on is like, I have corona. Or I think I have corona. And then all of a sudden it's like, I don't put a mask up for anything. It's like, I have corona. It's like, watch the fucking mask on real
The
fast.
Sega kid says you can't drink through a mask. I'm like, no, you can poke a hole and put a straw through.
Exactly, sir.
But
Sega
I don't know.
you gotta think harder.
I don't know. The whole thing about the Jimmy Con thing was just funny because we had been talking about it for a while. Because we're like, fuck, just missing.
Happen, dude.
What was that?
I think Jimmy Con's gonna happen.
It might. Yeah, I can talk to Jimmy and see if he's gonna do it. I wouldn't mind going. I wouldn't mind going to Vegas. I haven't been for a while.
Never been there.
Cool with that too.
You ever been to
Vegas
Vegas?
is great.
It's incredibly overrated.
I just haven't been anywhere out west my whole life. We did Phoenix when I was a really little kid and Disneyland, and that was it until I moved here. Oh, and I did a Seattle wedding.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at your Discord right now, Buffet. It's like, you didn't wear a mask. You never specify what kind.
Was it a
Oh, yeah,
ball
my
game?
mask is a skin mask. I forgot to
No!
mention that.
Oh yes.
God damn it!
Shut up! You got a swastikas on your stream. You don't have any room to talk.
Oh, we got Jonathan G with the CRT incorporated there.
I need a CRT. I need a CRT on my setup. I got fucking old monitors that are like 10 years old because I'm like, I'm not going to buy an HDR monitor because I know what a good HDR monitor looks like, and like they don't sell them to consumers. So really quickly, this is like not secret info, but like the movies that are mastered in HDR, Dolby makes this monitor called a Pulsar. You can look it up, Dolby Pulsar on Google.
Is this what we're gonna be gaming on in 10 years?
You will be gaming on
Like $50,000 monitors we find on
probably
Craigslist for $10.
Probably less than 10 years. It's a 4,000 nit peak monitor. It's got perfect blacks, and when you look through it and you watch content master on it, it's like, holy fuck! It looks like you're looking out a window into real life.
I need it.
It's incredible, and it's just like, holy shit, we're making this already. And the thing is, like, the Dolby Pulsar existed like, I want to say like 5 or 6 years ago, and it's still like the best mastering monitor out there. And it's because it's like, we just got to convince people to like make HDR monitors better than SDR stuff, because there's a lot of SDR content out there. And SDR is basically standard dynamic range, Rec 709, sRGB. It's all the same thing. It's all horseshit, and it's the same stuff that's just like, what's the best thing in 1994 we could do? And it's like, dude, displays have gotten so much better than that. And here's the thing, CRTs are great, and I'm not knocking them in terms of like their response time and their ability for gaming. But when it comes to like, oh, I got some time to process the image on like a flat panel display, they blow everything else out of the water because of how bright they can get, their peak darkness, and like the color gamut, the wide color gamut that they're able to display. You can do some really amazing images, and then it's just like, all right, how do we get CRT like gaming response onto modern display technology? And
I feel like it's always going to be a shit show, because it's like there's like 100 TVs being made, and then there's like 2 or 3 that have good response times.
Well, here's the thing.
I feel like it's always going to be like that.
In some of the Dolby standards that we're putting together, we've actually put together a minimum response time, and I've been responsible for like, well, what's the minimum response time? And I've like put my input
frame.
out there.
1 full frame buffer, maximum.
I don't know
for game mode,
but I'm just telling you right now that it's good. It's good.
I'm trying to find a picture of my desktop setup that doesn't have my daughter in it. So I'm like, shit.
Just stand up and take a picture, man.
Well, I'm not in the right. I'm in a different office than my normal setup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So one sec here.
But yeah, we're like, here's the thing, because I'm in charge of the product, and like people who are in charge of like HDMI standards are like, what's the low latency mode? What should we tell TV manufacturers to gun for? And I'm like, it should be this.
I'd be like, if you're doing low latency, like just shoot for the moon, like try to get it to 0. So I know it might not be technologically possible, but as close to 0 as you can do.
I purposely said when I created the standard for Dolby in terms of like what's gaming and low latency, it's variable. It's not something that will stay stable. But the standard that we created basically fits what is low latency and reasonable for TV manufacturers to hit, because like I could set a standard that nobody could hit, and nobody could adopt it. Exactly. And so you have to strike that balance in terms of what's reasonable and what's going to provide value to gamers, and what's better than what's out there right now. And most televisions right now hit about 50 milliseconds, which I think is bullshit.
How many pictures do I have on my phone? Jesus Christ.
And so, like, if a Dolby Vision TV supports Dolby Vision gaming, it will be a good experience for 99% of people out there. There will be some people out there who's like, fuck, I need my CRT, and that's fine. Go play Smash Brothers. You'll be fine. Just know that we will get there eventually. We will get there.
I just think if you're going to put a low latency mode, you might as well just go for broke. Like, as much as you can. Because people aren't crazy about the picture quality when it comes to that, and all of the processing.
The problem is that a lot of TVs, when people make a TV, they don't control everything about the TV. In fact, when you're a TV manufacturer...
Oh, okay, I overshot my desk into years before. All right, never mind.
When you're a TV manufacturer, you're like, okay, I've got this processor I'm going to buy from this company. And then I've got this panel I'm going to buy from this company. And then I've got these HDMI ports and routers for that I'm going to buy from this company. So like a TV OEM is really just buying stuff from other people. There's only like 1 or 2 TV OEMs out there that actually make their own stuff. And you probably know who they are because those TVs constantly show up all the time in like best of TV lists.
Yeah, that's the thing, is they're all just buying a generic thing and slapping their name on it, probably, aren't they?
Yes. So you have to make sure that when they buy all these parts, that is something that is achievable for them.
And I assume, does Sony make their own?
I will not
Can't say.
I will say, when people are building TVs for today, for 2021, right? They're building TVs for 2021. You have to make sure that they have a target that's achievable for them. And then when you say, okay, here's a 2022, 2023, 2024 TV, because they're always making TVs every year. You change it on them so that they can meet the standard and say, okay, so you have to push them towards it. It's not like the wrong answer is to say you need to have less than 1 millisecond of delay. because nobody can achieve that today on any hardware that's out there today.
Yeah, I mean,
Everybody was
they're gonna need a full frame buffer for sure. Yeah.
Exactly. So
Sega Kid guessed Samsung and LG, and then
that's your guess, dude.
and Activated Complex said Sony sold off their TV division a while back. I sort of remember something about that actually.
Oh, did they actually do that?
I remember so the XBR 960 way back in like the late
I'm
2000s.
going to interject in here that this is their opinion. They know nothing about the TV industry. The end. Go ahead.
So-
Go, guys.
And I remember that the XBR 960 was like the last time they made a tube TV, because they had started just buying generic tubes after that one. But that's the last time I've kept up with Sony. So that was a while ago. 2001, maybe 2002. Those are sweet TVs, by the way.
I just want to make sure that when people buy a TV every year, that there's like an actual measurable reason for them to be like, oh, this TV is better because it actually is doing something, instead of them being like, well, TV manufacturers, like, I guess, like blowing out the color on this standard that doesn't even meet it. And that's why SDR sucks, because like every TV manufacturer is just like, oh, we're going to like make it more colorful, make it brighter, but we have to pull shit back because it's never been designed for that.
Is it bad that I'm the problem with TVs? So I want the biggest TV that's the cheapest.
Well,
So I got a
makes
75-inch
TVs
LG
that are
here
really big.
from 2018, and the picture quality is terrible. It can't even do black. It's like a shade of gray. Clearly,
you,
it has
you,
HDR, but
you
it's
bought
like
one of their non-OLED TVs. So LG Display and LG OLED, they're like two different companies. Oh man, people are joining your Discord. I'm so happy, dude.
and but the one thing my TV does have, it has a really low input latency, but I don't game on it. The problem. But man, I gotta say, the Lord of the Rings, the new 4Ks look fucking like, I didn't believe my TV had any sort of like HDR capacity, but the new Lord of the Rings look absolutely stunning on it, and so does the new BBC Earth series they did.
So I'll put another generic comment out there, and I know I can say this because like this is pretty common knowledge, but like in HDR right now, because most display, all right, so 10,000 nits is the top display is the top brightness for HDR. The brightest panel you can get in consumer land is like barely hits 3,000 nits. So it's like a lot of range for people.
Mine has horrible nits. I remember when I looked it up, I was like, people were like, that's not even HDR, really, basically.
I know a lot of people will say like it's not even HDR. Here's the thing: anything that goes above like 100 nits is better than SDR, especially if you got Dolby Vision on there, because it maps specifically to that panel.
Yeah, I was like blown away at how good the new Lord of the Rings look. I am a little biased.
Mm-hmm. But I think what's really important to note is that right now, if you're buying a TV that doesn't have super high brightness, you want to have TVs that can go perfect black. And those are OLEDs right now. And the reason is that when you look at an HDR scene in a movie,
Excuse me.
like 80% of the pixels are all under like 200 nits.
Yeah, I installed some filter, or not filter. I set up shit. What's it called? I can't even think anymore.
How many beers you had?
Just two.
Oh,
Just two.
you're just tired as well.
I don't know. My brain just doesn't work.
I call that my mid-30s.
That's the CRS settling in.
Yeah.
What is this program called?
Fucking can't remember shit. Oh man.
Mad VR, is that what it's called?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that render.
I spent a week setting it up with people helping me on my Discord.
Didn't
specifically for my-
Toshiba just stop? They just stopped making laptops this year, right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know top division.
Toshiba. I love Toshiba, by the way, going way back. Toshiba bought Ampeg, which is the company that makes my favorite bass amplifier. But they haven't made a good one they've made one or two like boutique good SVTs. They haven't made a good SVT for like at least 15 years. And so I'm really excited that Toshiba bought them, because Toshiba uses really nice capacitors, really nice components. So I think that we could see like the greatest bass amp ever made within the next 5 years if they reissue the SVT under Toshiba.
Boom shakalaka.
Shakalaka. Sorry.
Toshiba sold all his computer business to Sharp last year. Dad sounds like you're part of the industry. You're part of the tech industry, or you just read the tech sites all the time, dude.
What game is this?
Iron Storm.
This looks like a game I like
It's a
lot.
working design game, so they painstakingly ported it over.
Yeah, I love Advance Wars and that style of game.
Although I worry I'm, showing too good of a game for people for the Saturn, so I should probably switch
Well,
to
let's
something worse.
Talk about HDR TVs and stuff, but holy shit, it is 1 a.m. I need to go to bed. I gotta
Are
get
you sure?
sleep. Yeah, I'm pretty sure because I'm gonna be up at 7 or 8 tomorrow morning.
It's a long time from now, though.
It's not that long, especially when I'm getting 5 hours, 6 hours of sleep at night, because I'm busy as fuck. You know what it's like to be busy.
Oh yeah.
You run a YouTube channel. You're one of the busiest people on the planet. I'm getting sleep.
No, it's more my
He's talking
my
Historicnerd
kids are
right now.
fucking way too busy right now. They keep me way too fucking occupied on weekends.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You got family to take care of. You got shit to take care of. It's tax season, dude. Fucking taxes in California are the worst.
See, wait, you can buy a Huawei Mat X Pro laptop in the States?
You can buy Huawei stuff in the U.S. still. I just
Can
hope you
ya?
got a really sweet firewall for that thing. I'm just saying.
Just don't hook it to any Army networks. Womp
You
womp.
just don't hook it up to your DoD secure network, so you're good.
I remember it was so funny. I was talking to somebody, and it was the Air Force, but there was some Air Force client guy who was talking about, yeah, we're going to buy all these Lenovo's. I'm like, Lenovo is half owned by the Chinese, right?
Yep.
And they're like, fuck! After they had
It's good though.
well, yeah, it's nice stuff, but they can't buy it because they're like, oh, god damn it, because they sat there and just realized their mistake when they're trying to work with the
That's how the
Lenovo.
rules work, because the stuff in the Lenovo is all off the shelf parts. I don't know how they could backdoor that shit. They don't.
Well,
own
I mean,
the
well,
management platform. They don't own. I mean, the only thing they own is the BIOS, and as long as you don't update the BIOS and you validate that it's good, you'd probably be all right.
I'm sure there's some Lenovo. I mean, there's all kinds of fucking espionage shit going on. There's probably a physical chip they built into something or something. I mean, because Lenovo is one of those weird cases where it's half American, half Chinese, so it's kind of weird. But I'm like, you can't buy from them, right? And they're like, fuck. Just a response I got. It's just great.
Lenovo, as a consumer company, is fucking great.
Oh no, I have a Lenovo laptop and I fucking love it.
I know,
And,
I've got
yeah.
them too, and
I have
that's
a
what I use.
ThinkPad.
Dude, I use Lenovo laptop for
But
work.
not
it's
Lenovo.
pretty damn good. It's got Dolby Vision in it
Fuck,
too.
did I already
so
finish this
you know,
drink
that
shit?
for-
Hmm.
Lenovo, Dell, and who else has Dolby Vision on their laptop?
Okay.
You should get Vision on your laptop. I'm just telling you right now, because even if you don't play games on your laptop, you might want to watch some games in Dolby Vision on your laptop. I'm just saying.
I remember looking into the difference between Dolby Vision and HDR a while ago, and it sounded pretty cool. But my TV, of course, doesn't support it. My computer plays Dolby Vision stuff as HDR, though, it seems like,
Let's see. What should we
when I run it in MedVR.
let's play
Well,
this
that's
one.
because
Really.
you should tell me who's doing that so we can sue them.
I just think it just... Well, what I did was I set up MadVR. It remaps everything to within however many nits my TV is,
Oh, that sounds
including Dolby Vision.
patents, because I had to put that in on some of the gaming stuff I was
Well,
porting.
so Lenovo, they didn't buy IBM's PC. They bought their laptop division. So you still have IBM stuff that is standalone PCs that's still IBM, but Lenovo is all the ThinkPad and laptop stuff.
They still have the I got it. I can't, how what's the appropriate term for clit mouse? Dude, I love the little joystick mouse they have on there.
Little nub.
The nub. All right,
The little nip tip there.
yeah, the nip tip. Oh, everybody's got their little.
What is that
kid-
thing called? There's a name for it. You're right. I have that. on
I
my,
remember that thing, and I'm like, why the fuck is this even on here?
I know it's
It's
so,
so
worthless.
awkward.
It's so
Has
good.
anyone ever used those things for
Yes,
anything?
I fucking love the little nub mouse.
I love the nip tip there.
I love it.
I have an IBM M13 that has that on it.
They all have
Black
them on
one.
there. They're all amazing. It's great. By the way, Ian, you've got like 4 new subscribers on your Discord. So like,
Oh, that's cool.
you're welcome. Anyway, I gotta run, guys.
Talk
I gotta
Destiny.
All right,
run.
later, man.
Talk about this game and tell them how awesome this is.
Later, Alex.
No,
And
so, right-
I'll get the list of
Tell
names
Star
to
Trek
snitch
sucks.
on for you.
So we're playing a
Film
game right
division.
now called The Heir of Zendor. Hope you
Bye.
hope you like this.
I know this is a game I haven't seen. Oh, Alex is gone.
All right, later, Alex. Thanks for dropping by as always. But yeah, if those of you who don't know, that was Alex Mejia from Human Interact. He has a game he released called Starship Commander, available on Steam. I think it's only like $7. It's compatible with VR.
It's cheap.
Yeah, so if you wanted to check that out, it's got some fun aspects to it. So yeah, there's that. Also, he streams regularly on Twitch as well. Like ships and quotes.
So what kind of game is this? It
It's
looks kind of like Babylon 5.
So it's kind of weird. It's like a airship strategy game. It's not very good, but I enjoy it. People seem to hate it, so we'll see what happens. I'm disappointed I finished my drink too quickly.
Well, you can go grab another one.
I really should. I think I'm going to do that.
Oh man, the chat comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Smoke. I'll be right back.
This is Dad says this is Joe Lieberman of Saturn Games. Put you to sleep in under 6 minutes flat. I can't believe there's a Saturn game. I haven't even heard of this because that name. And I mean, I've done Saturn compilations and everything. I just worked on one last year, like I call it the trimmed redump set, where you kept like one English version of each game, and we just purged any games that are completely unplayable if you don't know Japanese whatsoever, which was a good handful of them. This is pretty cool graphics, I gotta say, for the time. Mephitos Lepew is an IT engineer for a bank. That sounds like a good job. Oh, like Heir of Zendor, not like Air. I see. Dad said Metal Jesus just did a video about his physical collection of Saturn games, and Heir of Zendor was one of the games he showcased. I just trying to think I know I own like 1 or 2 Saturn games, but from day one, like I put the Phantom chip in my Saturn, so I was burning games for mine. Put that in 2 or 3 of them. And then now I use, well, I mean, the last time I used my Saturn, it was the, what's it called? Pseudo Saturn, because I burned that to a disk. I've also burned that for a whole bunch of friends to Action Replay carts. And I have a mode sitting here to install on a Saturn that I bought from a friend. I also have a mode for a Dreamcast, which I got from Terra Onion. Sega Kid, I did not try out CPS 2. My Mister is actually taken apart, and I need to do a video on it because I want to do upgrades to my Mister, and I want to film that while I do it, and then because I'm going to do 2 videos out of that. One, upgrading my Mister, and then actually the first one is going to be how to build a Spartan Mister, like the cheapest Mister possible, because that's what I have right now. And then at that same time, I'll film like upgrading my Mister.
Jeremy
to
not
like,
in his. Oh yeah. I have a bottle of 44 North for Jeremy. I'm gonna be sending out to him.
Ooh, what's that?
It's kind of like a Huckleberry vodka. It's pretty great.
And what's a Huckleberry vodka? Like homemade?
No, it's so essentially it's like an Idaho brand.
Oh,
of vodka.
made out of huckleberries.
Yeah.
Like a vodka made. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty good. He sent me a big case of High Life that I enjoyed profoundly, and I'm sending that bottle back to him. We have so in Idaho there's a bacon vodka as well, but I just can't find it here for some reason.
Bacon?
Yeah, it's fucking gross, but I was gonna send a bottle to him, but I couldn't find it.
That just blew my mind. I don't even know how that's possible.
It just has bacon flavor.
Gotcha.
God, what's the temp out here right now? Fuck.
Yeah, don't freeze to death
Nah.
in your armchair. This ain't Texas.
Jeez. It's about 31 here. Oh, I don't know. I feel like this giant computer tower running. It should be warmer out here, but apparently not. Let's see here. I got a little over 110 physical Saturn get. Damn, nice, man. If you hang on to those, you could probably sell those and retire.
Yeah, like I missed the boat on Saturn games. They were already expensive by the time I started looking into them.
I think I have about 40, I think.
Oh, wow. I was just saying, I know I own like one or two, and that's it. 'Cause I used to put chips in all of mine and burn my own games. I actually have a pretty cool burning setup.
That's the affordable way to do it, yeah.
And now I have a mode here, just sitting here, that I need to install. But that involves, like, I have to buy a 3D mount for it first.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Memphis talking about the unemployed wine guy. That was I think I saw one of his videos. It was actually surprisingly good.
I should see that.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab another beer, too.
Oh, yeah, do your thing, man. Let me catch up on the chat here. Sorry, guys. Let's see here. Cool, one function. Oh, yeah, freaking do the pseudo-Saturn. It's phenomenal. You can just burn Saturn games and play them without having to do, like, the hot swap or anything like that. Just saves a fortune. He needs to build a bar in his garage. Did a video about his physical collection of Saturn games, and Heir to Zendar was one of the games he showed. I didn't know that. I think Heir to Zendar would not be a game I would showcase. I think I bought Heir to Zendar because it was interesting in the terms of like being like a skyship game that reminded me of the anime Nausicaa Valley of the Wind for whatever reason. So I'm like, you know what? I'll buy that because it looks interesting. And so I think I picked it up for like $6 or something stupid like that. Okay, Barca? Seem cold. So my dog's right over here next to me. You can't see her. I need to bring back the puppy boop cam. That's a good movie. Yeah, I always enjoyed Nausicaa. Okay, deploy ships. Pow.
Ian, I forgot to announce to you that this is now a one Jaguar household.
Welcome to the family.
I've had 3. In the last month, I sold off 2 of them, and I kept my Jag CD too.
You have a Jag CD? Shit.
Yeah, I got it broken and fixed it. I won't even tell you, it was free, and it was like about a year and a half ago.
What the fuck?
So what happened? Bob Retro RGB had given me a broken Jaguar that he couldn't fix. And he had a friend look at it, and they couldn't fix it, one of his repair guys. And so he sent it to me. I recapped it. I did a ton of work. I couldn't fix the thing either. I sent it to Dragon Hordes Gaming. He couldn't fix it. So I was so, like, disappointed because I wanted a Jaguar. I have a big box of Jaguar stuff, a bunch of games that Nick Persane sent me, a bunch of controllers and stuff. I just didn't have a working Jaguar. So I tweeted. I was like, does anybody have a broken Jaguar I can repair? Because the common repair is the cart connector. And 2 people got back to me. One of them had a working Jaguar with a broken Jag CD, which he said I could have, and I said, you should sell it on eBay. And he said, I don't want to sell it on eBay. You can have it. And so I was like, okay, but only if you seriously know that it's worth like $1,000 on eBay. And he's like, you can just have it. It's broken. You need to fix it. So I got that, and then I got a broken Jaguar from another guy, which was the cart connector. So I ended up with, out of that ordeal, I had the broken one from Bob, and then 2 working Jags and a Jag CD.
There we go. You can kind of see the dog over there.
That's awesome. The blue screen is going on your phone. Yeah. There he is.
Got a nice Pixel 4 has got a nice high resolution screen, so it works out. So you can see her there just hanging out in the chair with me.
I just got a Pixel 5 here.
Oh, nice. How's that?
It's so similar to the Pixel 3 that I was using it a week ago. So I was using my phone for like all night, and I was like, why don't I have a cell connection? And then before bed, I noticed that I was on my Pixel 3.
Wait, I remember you saying that.
On the
yeah.
5. So it's very similar to the Pixel 3 to the point that I don't even know the difference, which is fine because the battery on the 5 lasts days, whereas the 3, it's like I was lucky to get half a day out of it. So that's a huge upgrade. But yeah, I started selling things recently, and I sold my broken Jaguar and my working Jaguar, so I'm down to just one. But I did get the game drive.
Yeah. I think let's say Yahil ordered one of those.
Yeah, he just got one the other day when it went on.
Why can't
It sold out really quick.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. But man, it's fucking expensive as Jag games are. I'm really not surprised.
Yeah, it's $180. I got it for free.
Yeah.
Retro HQ sent it to me.
God, I'll tell you, I had a Pixel 1 for a really long time until it died in a tragic boating accident.
Was it not waterproof, or did it just go to the bottom of the lake?
Well, it was more the canoe I was in was being manned by 2 very drunk soldiers, and me sitting in the middle drinking as well. And the tree that had fallen over the river sucked our boat under. And so apparently going more than 4 feet underwater was more than the Pixel 1 could handle.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
And so I was like, shit! It was tragic. So somehow we lost a fucking canoe. But the best part was there was 3 boats behind us, and every single one got sucked under the tree.
So you lost the canoe and your phone?
Well, so all my gear, I managed to grab it, but it was somehow we lost one of the canoes out of the 3. It was so stupid. It was delightful. Okay, why can't I attack? You're right there. So you move.
This looks like a cool game.
It's certainly different. I'll give it that.
It looks a bit like the opening of Thunder in Paradise thing.
It reminds me a lot of so it reminds me of Nazca Valley of the Wind, and that's kind of why I bought it. It reminds me of like those really fun
movie.
Like the whole sky battle sequences. But also there was a game that came out in the mid '90s called like God, what was it called? It was like Strato Island or something. But basically like you built a castle that could fly, and it was just basically a flying battleship. And it was just a fucking great game.
That sounds fun.
It was really fun. And for whatever reason, I cannot remember what the game was called. It's like
someone say what that is in chat.
I'm sure someone knows what I'm talking about.
Dad
It's like
know.
had Floatstone, and it was fucking great. It was on PC. I bought the game at Target for like $2. No, it wasn't. It was Ross. Back when Ross had PC games randomly in it in the '90s, it was the best time.
Yeah, I used to rent. There was some grocery store rented out PC games.
Oh God, I remember
I used
those.
to rent them and just copy them.
God,
That's where like
those were the days.
PC games came from.
Well, it's like you would rent it and you'd install it and then just fucking download a crack.
Yeah.
God, those are the best.
Yep. Man, speaking of castles, I went back and played Castles on the PC, which I remember being crazy about as a kid. I thought it was like the coolest game ever. It might have been Castles 2 I played back then. It doesn't stand up, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
It's not very good nowadays. It's almost unplayable. That game, you build a castle and you protect it from like attacks and things.
So Jeremy said, if you pack flotation in the end of the canoes, it won't sink. Yeah, we didn't.
Like your cooler.
Yeah. So the funny thing was, so like it's so funny. Like we get off on like it's a river that's going through Fort Leonard Wood, and it's like the laziest, dumbest river you've ever seen in your life. And you wouldn't expect there to be a portion where like a tree fell over the river and sucks boats into it, like fucking whatever one of the like Charybdis, whatever that like ancient Greek fairy story was, where it would eat sailors and men and boats. So I'm like, nobody expects that to be around the bend of the lazy river in the water park, and that was basically what happened. And the best part was, when we went back to the place where we rented the canoes, we're like, hey, so we had a weird accident. They're like, was it the tree over the river? We're like, you fucking knew about it?
Like, oh, yeah, don't die.
And they're like, oh, yeah, we totally knew about that.
Yeah.
And we lost a boat.
We've lost 20 customers to that tree. It's just a pile of skeletons at the bottom. You're just getting hung up on skeletons at this point.
That's where the boat is. It's being pulled down by the souls of the damned. Was it a flying carpet game that looked like Mario? No, it wasn't. It was different. It was like God, I'm pretty sure I still have a physical copy of that game, and it's it's somewhere around here.
Flying Carpet, was that on Saturn?
Yeah, it was. I should have brought it down. That's a weird
one. I only
one.
played the shareware copy of it a million times that I had growing up. I've never actually played the game.
It is a
Flying Carpet.
It's a bullfrog game too.
Ooh, that could be cool.
Yeah, it's certainly pretty interesting. Yeah, it says
Do you
Magic
have it?
Carpet. Oh, I do, but of course I didn't bring it. Didn't bring it downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
So I have Clockwork Knight 2, Die Hard Arcade as well, Dragon Force 1, and then Dragon Force 2 with the English patch also.
I have
And-
Die Hard Arcade, the Sega STV cartridge.
Oh,
like the
yeah,
actual
yeah.
arcade game.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, like I've got a pretty decent STV collection to the point where I'm like selling my flash cart. I'm considering selling it because I have the Dark Soft STV kit, but I have like 20 STV games, so it's really pointless. And you know the STV is 100% exactly the same as the Saturn, except that it runs off cartridges.
Oh.
So it's one of those things that's totally pointless. The games are a bit different, I guess.
None of these games are bad in the slightest. I don't know. I could put Congo the movie the game back on for you, Dad.
If only that was a light gun game.
I don't know who. I really wish I could sit down and do more research on that one and just find out who made it, why they made it, and what was like the factors behind their motivation. It's doing the sad cat. Cody's VG Showcase. How you doing, man? Sagata Sanshiro. Oh, it's so tragic what Sega did to that man when they publicly executed him in front of millions on television.
Oh,
That was real tragic. Oh, doing great, Cody.
was he like the hit guy for the Saturn?
No,
The fall guy?
but do you not know the Sega Sanshiro character, the commercial guy?
I know of him, yeah. And I remember his jumping into his game on the Saturn. I think it was Saturn. Did he get one on Dreamcast too?
No, he didn't, because Sega killed him before
Okay.
before that. So it was always like the folks always like to bring him up as like one of the defining factors. I'm like, well, I mean, like he's a great character, but you know, Sega decided to publicly execute him in front of millions to just end him. And I'm like, okay, that's certainly how you do it. I mean, if Sega knew anything at that point in their financial career, it was how to, you know, disparage audience members.
Mr. Peanut made a comeback though.
Oh yeah, true.
You know, they killed him off. They said he died of a heart attack or something.
Well, yeah, Sega's doing a weird thing right now where they have like Sanshiro's son, and it's like this really weird thing where like it's like Sanshiro's son is sitting there playing Game Gear in school, and all these girls are looking at him like he's a crazy person.
I know that feeling. I took Atari Lynx like late in high school. I would take 2 Atari Lynx with
Oh,
me.
sorry. Sega Kid said he took a missile. A Sega Kid. I'm pretty sure that's an inside job. I mean, like, who knew Sega HQ's weakness other than Sega? I mean, like, who would fire a missile at Sega aside from Sega to get Sanshiro out of the way? it's my. I mean, missiles don't melt Sega
too big.
Sanshiros. Just saying. That's my. He wasn't executed. The man literally used his feet to propel the bomb into space. It's my own joke about it being an inside job. That's me.
I like the hot colors they use in the bottom right corner, the neon green and neon pink.
Oh
for
yeah,
your,
yeah.
Power bars.
Oh yeah. Never noticed that actually.
Big fan of hot colors and fun colors.
Ironically, Mr. Peanut will die of a peanut allergy.
die.
Yeah.
Mr. Peanut, horrifically roasted and eaten alive.
It was tragic.
Ground into butter.
Made into peanut butter. Japanese companies are ruthless. Nintendo knew if Sanshiro continued to live, he would... Oh, he tried to blame it on Nintendo. I always figured that like Sega was just like, we're tired of the Saturn having any potential success, and we feel like we need to stomp it to death before anything nice might happen.
Kind of like the 32X, what they did to it.
Well, like that was just one of those things where they just like they saw a beautiful thing, and they're like, let's leave it in the woods to die by itself.
It's like, fuck, why can't I think of the movie, the Fight Club?
Still mad about the Saturn. I had to destroy something beautiful. Apparently just turning this thing wastes power. But yeah, I love that. God, I freaking love the 32X, and I feel like there are so many factors to 32X that could have been successful. I think, I don't know if you watched Shinobi's video on it, but he sat down and did a really, really interesting, like in-depth type video.
Yeah, I watched a bunch of his videos about a year ago to catch up if it was before then. I'm pretty saw it. I've seen a bunch of videos by him about the 32X. I'm pretty sure. I love the 32X too. I mean, I just don't understand the hatred toward it. It's like the Sega it's a hardware upgrade for the Sega Genesis.
Yeah, I don't.
Why would anyone hate that? I don't understand the hate. I can't even say the word 32X without getting the hate either. It bothers me.
Yeah. I never understood why like it got the hate.
Like what other hardware, like 32X and Sega CD, like you don't get that with other consoles. Like
Well, yeah, like you're like. Can you imagine today if they're like, hey, let's go ahead and sell you an adapter for the 360 that makes it compatible with like next gen games,
Yeah.
So it's kind of I really like the idea, and I feel like there are a lot of companies that I guess at the time people didn't get it, but I also feel like it was a relatively successful platform. It had Sega supported it more and had the dev kits not shown up at basically the same time as the Saturn dev kits. I really think they could have done more with it.
Yeah, and if you look at the sales, it's not like there weren't very. I mean, there was like 250,000 of them.
They sold over 250,000 units in like a year and a half. So I mean, that's pretty fucking good for the time.
Yeah. I just don't see why would anyone hate a hardware upgrade for the Sega Genesis? Do you hate the Genesis?
Do you hate the Genesis, you monster? Speaking of monsters, how's it going, Monster? How's it going, Patrick?
Welcome. I mean, imagine this. Like, if it were today and the 32, imagine if Genesis games were converted to 32X with the expanded capabilities. How insanely cool would that be to have Guardian Heroes 32X and all of the great games on the Sega Genesis, like they do nowadays. They re-release something in a better form on the new hardware.
Oh yeah,
release all the major Sega Genesis games in 32X. Oh my god, even just the expanded color palette and stuff would be cool.
Cody said, "Yeah, I hate the Genesis. It poisoned the water supply, burned our crops, and delivered plague upon our houses."
I read about that in the Bible.
Yeah, I too have heard of that.
In Genesis chapter 1.
It was called the Moses game. Weird thing there. So what's here? Except the Saturn never eventually outsold its rival, the PS, like the PS3 did. Yeah, I think I guess you could the analogy of the Saturn being the PS3 because it was more expensive and more technically advanced, but I guess in that regard the PS3 had the advantage of Sony continued to support it because Microsoft abandoned the 360 and then moved to the Xbox One, and so then the Xbox 360 kind of fell to the wayside, where the PS3 just kind of kept being supported and kept pushing forward. But yeah. But then again, I feel like I've gone through 4 360s where I still have the same PS3 I bought forever ago. So I'm like, all right.
Yeah, I went through two of my first two modified 360s, red ringed, and I quit. I was like, I'm never touching a 360 again. For 3 or 4 years, And then I finally read about the Slim S when it came out, and I was like, it basically solves all the red ring issues. So I got back into 360 when the Slim S came out, modified it, and I'm back in Happy Land. I love the 360. But man, I was so anti 360 for a few years after my second one died. When the first one died, I was pissed off. When the second one died, I was like furious.
I was just happy they had the whole warranty thing where you could sit there and so I went
Oh,
through
you got
3
yours
PS3s
replaced.
and
I didn't.
damn, Sega Kid was fucking hardcore.
That's fat.
I guess maybe I just didn't play my
My second one died with the stupid. I got one of those fan things, the Intech that goes
Oh
underneath it.
god, those I heard
It
those things
overheated with the fan on it.
didn't those I thought those like voided the warranty or something. What's like the
Probably.
big things
I got
of
my
those?
360s used when I got them. Yeah, but I love the Slim S. It's one
God,
of
yeah,
the best deals in the gaming world. Get a modified Slim S.
Yeah, I feel like PS3 and 360s had an incredibly high failure rate.
Yeah,
PS3 was a
every
technological
single fat
Frankenstein.
360 will die.
Masters at the height of Sony's corporate area. I remember, God, I used to work I worked retail at a Target, and I remember fucking New Year's Day, I've been drinking all night, and I go into work, and I have the worst fucking hangover of my life. And this kid comes in to buy a fucking brand new PS3, and he buys it with ones and $5 bills. And I'm sitting there just really hungover, just fucking counting this kid's change till I get to $600. And that was, oh my God, that was hard. I remember that. And I will say, I turned more people towards the 360 just because the fucking cardboard the PS3 was in was like a fucking razor blade. It didn't matter where I touched a PS3 box. That shit cut me open. I don't know if any of you ever encountered that. If you bought your PS3 and you like tried to open the cardboard box, it just sliced your ass.
Your story about ones and fives, because I was working at a restaurant. I was room service at the time, and I remember on Easter the servers really pissed off like the bus people and the kitchen people and the rest of us, because they were all talking about like what they were going to buy with their money they made, because they were going to turn on that one day like $300-400 in tips, and they knew it. So they're all talking about like, oh, at the end of the day we're going to go buy our PS3 or whatever it was at the time. And I just remember the bus boys being so pissed about that, because the bus boys are like, we're going to go home with $30 if we're lucky.
That's tragic.
Mm-hmm. The kitchen hierarchy.
But I just remember this one kid coming in, buying that, and was like so hungover. I'm like, I'm like, why? There was a Sony Steve Rive 299 one-word speech from Steve Race, yeah. Was Steve Race? Yeah. Oh man, I still believe there's a reality somewhere where Sega won the console wars. The Dreamcast 2 has been released. Somehow the U.S. budget figured out a way to cure global poverty. And
I kind of think of the Xbox as the Dreamcast 2.
Oh yeah, I mean like realistically, yeah, but
yeah, it doesn't sound as cool as Dreamcast 2.
Yeah, I mean like, but Sega is still being there. That particular continuity link to the past and nostalgia being there.
Mm-hmm. I had wanted to do it. Like one of my ideas for a video when I did my controller stream was to trace the Xbox at the time. It was Xbox One. Like trace the controller all the way back to like the Sega Master System, which is as far back as I can go with my controller. So you could go probably back to the SG-1000, but just show the lineage, because there is a direct line all the way from there to Xbox Series X now. The controller designs.
Oh yeah.
Which is pretty cool. The Saturn 3D pad, became the Dreamcast controller. Dreamcast controller clearly became the Duke. Duke became the S. The S became the 360. 360 became Xbox Series X, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's probably already done that video.
No, I know. I don't know if you watched Shinobi's like history of analog controller one that he did. That was pretty phenomenal.
I should see that.
Yeah, you should check that one out. Like, it was pretty good. Oh,
He just
man.
has an awesome channel in general.
Oh yeah, good, great stuff. Yeah, so it's activated composite. As long as we're not talking about launch model, the PS3 will live on.
They
poor
look
launch
so
model.
cool though in person.
God,
The
they
fat
are
PS3s.
they are monstrosities. Like that fucking like the lack of a physical button and like the biometric slide you had to do over the fucking eject button was always so fucking weird. And I'm like, oh dear, I'm like, these are gonna break. It was like my first thought was like when I was sitting there looking at it, I'm like, this is gonna break. Why can't I attack here? That's weird. Okay. Oh, apparently I was just too close. All right. See, aren't there a couple of people? I feel like I know a couple of people who've sat down and like resoldered all the shit in like their launch model PS3s.
I saw people talking about that on Discord recently.
Yeah, like
reflowing it and replacing caps and things.
Like doing all that shit. Like apparently it's like a ridiculous amount of work, but they're like
just getting into those things looks. I mean, the new consoles are so hard to even just get apart.
Mm-hmm.
Xbox 360 even was pretty. I mean, compared to an older console, it's kind of a rat's nest in there. I dremeled the hell out of mine to get a fan to fit. My Dremel work, it's best not seen.
I don't know where my Dremel went. I'm really wondering what the hell happened to my Dremel. I'm like, did I fucking
Anytime
loan that
I
to
get my
somebody?
Dremel out, I just feel guilty. I'm like, I'm gonna do something really like redneck and hillbilly-ish right about now, but it's the only thing that can do it. I just do it.
You're the only device in my armory that can achieve this.
You're the only thing that cuts steel.
God, I've blown up so many fucking Dremel bits just cutting through random steel things.
Yeah, it shocks your wife when she goes into the kitchen and there's just sparks just flying everywhere and like the world's highest pitched squeal. Like, I'm just cutting through a power supply, that's all.
Remember, I was making I don't know if you ever played Kerbal Space Program. But so I was making like a full scale Kerbal Space Program like head and helmet, and like Kerbals are these like big little green people, and so I found a piece of it was like air ducting, it's a piece of like sheet metal, and I cut a mouth out of it, and so I used a fucking Dremel bit and like just sliced a rectangular square out of this thing, and I think I blew up like 3 Dremel bits doing that, but but it worked. It looked outstanding.
Nice. I just used my Dremel the other day. I had some really old, like 1940s, 1950s shaving brush handles made out of rubber.
Oh.
And I had read online that if you use a Dremel with a soft cotton tip on it, you can like polish them, and it worked really well.
Oh, that's cool.
Like they just shined up like cherries, really pretty. And I glued in
this
these
like
synthetic brushes.
Oh, so wait, this was a shaving brush, you said, or
shaving brush? Yeah, shaving brush. Just the handle though. I didn't have the brush part in them. I got them a long time ago when I bought some shaving stuff.
What is a shaving brush? Is that like how you put on like the soap to shave
Yeah,
with?
how you
or
do
like
your lather. You make your lather and you play it on your face. Yeah, like old timey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never done a straight shave like that. Well, I've paid a barber to do it before.
I've never done a straight shave. I have some straight blade razors, but I've never manned up enough to use them after reading about like how you need to maintain them. So I use safety razors, double edge. That's my thing. But I have some straight edges here that I could like cut throats with or something.
Yeah, I remember I used like these like 2-blade disposable pieces of trash for a long time. And then my wife bought me these like tri-blade things, and I was like, "My God, I'm like spoiling myself." I was like, "This is really weird. You're so nice." Yeah, I'm like, "My God, I'm like, I've been fucking dragging this piece of fucking sandpaper across my face for years, not realizing there was a much nicer shaving experience out there."
I came across like 2006, these Japanese feather blades for they're double-edged razor blades. They're like the sharpest thing on that humans ever created. But if you put them in a really mild, like old like Gillette safety razor from like the 60s, 50s, they're really mild. So you combine a really mild razor with the ultra sharp blade, and it's kind of the ultimate for me, at least for my face.
Oh, nice.
And it does that baby butt smoothness.
Jeremy's response is, I just don't shave. Because, yeah.
I've shaved activated complex every day since like 2006. I've never used another blade besides feathers, and they've always done me well. I know I hear a lot of people like think they're really aggressive. I think that they are super aggressive if you put them in a really aggressive handle. But mine are all basically really mild shavers.
So it's Starterfile says, I haven't used a razor since Gillette sent me a Mach 3 for my birthday decades ago.
I got that too. Was that because we registered for the draft? Like, how the fuck did they get our address? when we turned 18? Do they have like a government hookup?
I never got a Mach 3.
I got one in the mail.
Congratulations! You can be drafted for the military. Here's a Mach 3.
Yeah, and then like for several years, I bought the $20 triple
monster.
Mach blades or whatever.
Oh, that's funny. I remember the when the Mach 3 came out, then they had like the Mad TV spoof, the Mach 20. And it had this little
That's
graphic.
where we're at now. Don't they make like 5 or 6 blade razors?
Oh god, something like that.
Like I've seen those.
I don't know. I guess I've always found it much easier just to grab a giant pack of like the 3-blade disposables, and as opposed to like being like
use the Target ones.
Yeah, I like to go to Costco and I'll buy this giant fucking pack of like Gillette disposables.
Oh, I've seen those. Yeah.
And they last me forever.
I got to show you my most recent razor I got. It's a Gillette from the one I got I think is 1968, and it's Star Trek, the original series blue, the handle. So it's all aluminum, but it's like that aluminum that's like colored, and then it has the little stars on it, from the 50s, that design, Star Trek kind of stars. It really looks like the standard issue razor from Next Generation. It's pretty sweet. It's actually for women to shave their legs with. But it's the same head that they use on one of my favorite razors, the Super Speed. So it's a man's razor at heart with a long handle to reach those hard-to-reach places.
Those hard-to-reach shaving places. In the skies of Arcadia, eat your heart out. Skies of Zendor's got you covered.
Yeah. Skies of Arcadia. That's like one of the few RPGs I've ever played.
Oh, really?
Was that Saturn?
No, Skies of Arcadia? That was Dreamcast.
Dreamcast, yeah. Yeah, I haven't played very many, and people are very disappointed to hear that sometimes. Especially Vanessa. She hears I haven't played Final Fantasy.
Oh, God. Man.
Makes her flip.
Yeah, seriously angry about that. I was never much of a Final Fantasy guy. I'll admit that.
I was like crazy for Dragon Warrior. Like I think I was one of those people who got it with my Nintendo Power or something, and they gave away free. That must have been how I got it. I just don't remember. But we were crazy about that for like an entire summer. But I just never followed up and played more RPGs. Weirdly enough, I played Dragon Warrior 2, and I think that was it.
Yeah. So Dad said, "I wonder if hearing the game would actually make it better. It looks dull as hell." Oh yeah, it's pretty slow. The music's really not much else. Like, might as well not even have it.
I like the little Phillips heads everywhere. Little bolts. It's a nice touch. The water effect is pretty cool. Or sky effect.
Yeah, when they do the cloud cover thing.
Looks kind of demo scene.
I feel like this game feels very much like almost like unfinished. Like it's like something you would see in like a random demo thing. Like, hey, this is a game you could get on the Saturn. That's just kind of like how I've always looked at it. Okay, I would like to shoot this guy. Come on. There we go.
So did you get in while the getting was good for Saturn before the? Because I've heard prices.
I don't know. Prices have always been really bad and pretty high for the Saturn.
So, yeah.
So I don't know. I have a pretty decent collection. Like I've got some rather expensive things I've just scored just out of pure luck.
I can't believe I didn't know this about you because you're so anti-Saturn that you never talk about it.
Oh,
Is this like a deep emotional scar for you?
No, I've gotten really good deals on Saturn shit. It's just how it worked out. And then I'm like, and the sad part is whenever I spend money on like a quote unquote good Saturn game, and then like I'm like, okay, I'm gonna spend $70 on this Saturn game, and I'm playing, I'm like, this game fucking sucks. And then I'm like sitting there, I'm like, what the fuck? Who thought this was a good game and worth $70?
Mr. Bones was a good game.
I don't remember, but I would like to shoot this guy. Come here. Come on. God damn it. Why can't I attack this guy?
I just did. I was talking about this when you were gone. A trimmed. I wanted to do a Saturn pack kind of for myself for my mode, and I wanted to take the redump set and just remove the games that are unplayable if you don't know Japanese. And that ended up taking like a full week. But I've got a pretty good setup when I get my mode going of just every game on it you can actually play, from USA and Japan, if I want to.
Well, what's kind of funny is like a couple of years ago, like Jimmy and I, we were both just drinking heavily, and he was live streaming Saturn games. We were sitting there just talking about. I'm like, I fundamentally feel the Saturn would be like the definitive great console in North America, and it would have done much better had they actually ported over a shit ton of the Japanese like 2D titles they had. But because of like Bernie Stolar and his whole like no more 2D shit, only 3D stuff. But like because like Sega really lost their way at that point. Like I feel like Tom Kalinske got totally fucked with like the launch of the Saturn. And was just fundamentally undermined because, like, I feel like there's some interesting.
They would have like 3 times the library.
Basically. Yeah, they would have had way more of the library. They would have had way more just game staying power in terms of making themselves interesting. And then the interesting thing was, I feel like based on some interviews I've seen that, like, I feel like the 32X was almost this weird choice Sega of Japan made Sega of America make, where they're like, well, you gotta sell this product, and if you don't sell it, fuck you. And so, like, Tom Kalinske was, like, kind of like 100% all in on the 32X in a lot of interviews where he talked about him. And it was really fascinating because I feel like there were a lot of, like, gaming magazines from the era that just really shit all over the 32X. I mean, despite what it offered the consumer, it was like a budget entry-level device to get into the 32-bit generation. And so it's just really fascinating there because I feel like there was this intriguing argument that was going on between Sega of America and Sega of Japan where they just wouldn't listen to Tom Kalinske. They wouldn't take anything Sega of America was doing, and they released shit like Nights into Dreams. Like there's some people that probably like that game. I can't stand it because again, it falls into that whole it's an on rails experience. I mean, like granted, it kind of takes the whole Sonic the Hedgehog experience where you get your on rails, but Nights into Dream I feel is a much slower experience and doesn't really.
It's just uncontrollable, even if you get the 3D pad. Yeah, I think that was the first thing I did when I got my 3D pad. I was like, it's still not really controllable.
Yeah, I think there are some people that absolutely swear by it. I guess I never got into
good.
it. Yeah, I guess I never.
If you watch videos but you don't play it, it looks good.
yeah. Let's see here.
I hate that. There's that Sonic racing game that people like. Is it Sonic R? Yeah, Sonic R. Oh, I hate that game.
Oh, yeah,
people are crazy about that.
That one's weird. Got great music, though. Supersonic Racing. That's here. They should have released the Saturn games from Japan between 98 and 99. Oh, yeah, I think if Bernie Stolar had kept his mouth shut and not publicly drugged the Saturn out in front of the world and shot it in the face, I think they definitely could have had a lot more staying power and not had that giant scorched earth thing that happened right before they released the Dreamcast. Because a lot of the stuff that hit the Dreamcast was like you had that giant hole of revenue that occurred during the R&D cycle for the Dreamcast and the ultimate collapse of the Saturn. So you had that giant, like, freaking grave of finances that drug Sega down, that they would constantly be like drug into over and over again. Okay, Jazz feels the same way.
It is amazing if you look at the Saturn library and you're like, so okay, look at all the Street Fighters it has that were like even in my arcade in Little Town, those were massive hits. The Virtua Fighter, those kind of games. It's like, how did this thing fail so hard? You know, they didn't get through to they didn't get through to me and my friends, because we would have loved to have the arcade Street Fighters. You know,
well, yeah,
that's what we were dropping quarters into. Virtua Fighter was huge game for us.
Yeah, Virtua Fighter and then like Virtua On were pretty fucking cool. But I feel like this might sound weird, but I feel like I was one of those kids where like the idea of bringing the arcade experience home wasn't a big seller to me at that point. That was kind of it was kind of over at that point for me. I was like, okay,
I probably wouldn't have even known the difference, honestly, back then, if you would have told me, like, hey, the Super Nintendo version is different from the arcade. I'd be like, it was?
That's it. Bernie Stolar, the human COVID-19, like self-inflicted 1-year business shutdown. Tech Sega's economy. Jesus. No regrets. Yeah, man. Oh god, like Bernie, it's so interesting. Like Bernie Stolar, in terms of like, he launched the Dreamcast fucking masterfully, but everything before that and the decisions and relationships that man successfully burned for Sega really sank the ship. It's absolutely just fascinating to look at.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's really fun to look at in hindsight.
So I have the Saturn twin sticks.
Oh.
And I don't know if I give you this tip, but if you get the Saturn twin sticks and you manage to find a Dreamcast to Saturn controller adapter that has the twin stick switch on it, it makes the Saturn twin sticks native on the Dreamcast. So you don't need those really expensive Dreamcast twin sticks.
Oh yeah.
But they only work for, a couple games.
See, NR said it was the hype and the marketing of the PS2 that I felt killed the Dreamcast. Yeah, that definitely, like, the hype machine behind the PS2 was fucking insane. It just was. I mean, if I look at the amount of people I knew who had PlayStation 2s, I just don't think anybody could have competed with that then. Like, yeah.
It was just such a massive success.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. Like, also, like, I feel like there are production factors with the Dreamcast that really could have helped it, because in terms of like what they hit within their first couple of months, they hit like a saturation point of like 600,000 to 1 million units.
Huge launch, yeah.
Yeah, so massively successful. And then NEC's like, oh, by the way, we fucked up and we can't manufacture any more graphics chips for you. So then, like, so immediately the Dreamcast is just stunted in terms of like, people want to buy it because it's a full year ahead of the fucking PS2. So they have that window where this next gen console is there, is ready to be in your home, and shit's just, you can't get it. So you're like, ah.
Yep.
I don't know. It's absolutely fascinating. Like this, yeah, PS2 and like the Sony hype and all that coming off of 100 million units being sold for the fucking PlayStation 1. Absolutely obscenely unheard things for a home console device. I mean, like the only other device gaming related that comes close is the Game Boy at a whopping like 110 million. And that and that's debatable as to whether or not that's even like other variants, models, or anything like that. So it's kind of like nuts that the PlayStation sold that many units.
Yeah. I've probably recommended this before, but there's a really good documentary you would like called By Bedrooms to Billions, called The PlayStation Revolution.
Oh, yeah, you have recommended that. Yeah.
I really recommend that. And once I came out of that, on the other end of it, I was like, okay, I get it now. Like, I understood what happened, because you don't. I guess you see the result of it as a kid or whatever growing up, seeing the PlayStation take over, but seeing how it happened, it all makes sense.
It's God, seeing like I don't know if you've yeah, I think you said you hadn't read the Console Wars thoroughly, right?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, if you read that, I mean, it's embellished. It tells the story from like very selective perspectives, but like if you read any of the stuff involving like Steve Race, And you basically, if you look at his perspective and like what he did with the PlayStation and like how he was just poaching Sega talent and Nintendo talent, it's really it doesn't surprise me that that Sony did it, because it's kind of funny, because if you look at like the TurboGrafx 16 in all hindsight and just 2020 being the best view, it's kind of the scenario that you would have expected, like the PlayStation got, like fucking this amazing, huge, leading, innovative tech company with a lot of money. Basically, like their R&D budget exceeds that of what Nintendo and Sega do, but then just getting absolutely fucking trounced because they didn't bring in their own, like they didn't bring in anybody that knew anything. They grabbed all these people that were like, "Hey, you were at Atari, right?" "Yeah, I was at Atari." "Oh, by the way, it was the Atari Computer Division."
How hard the TurboGrafx failed.
Oh God,
with how good it could have been.
It's amazing. So I fell to the hype and sold my Dreamcast and bought a launch PS2 and instantly regretted it. Picked up a Dreamcast again, and a few years later, the Sega had safely shut. Oh yeah.
So if you watch that Bedroom to Billions PlayStation Revolution, you'll see some of my arcade hardware showing up in it.
Oh.
Anytime they talk about the Namco System 11 or 12, I think there's 2 or 3 shots.
Oh, yeah.
Weird thing was, I had just, like, 6 months before they had contacted me, I had watched Bedrooms to Billions, their first documentary. I think it was on Amiga, or it might have been Commodore 64, one of the two. And I really liked it. And then out of the blue, I get a Twitter message from that company asking if they could use some pictures they found on Google of my Namco System 11 Tulsa. They're like, yeah, that's badass. It's just so weird, like small world kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's
but
pretty cool.
Besides, even if it didn't have my stuff in it, it's a fantastic documentary. You got to see it.
That's cool. Sorry, Curtis said the most representative quote from Sega of Japan is, "We have to do something about the Jaguar."
Yeah.
Oh man, if only they knew the collective mess that was the Tremels at that point. All right, well guys, I didn't realize I've been kind of sitting here BSing for far longer than I realized, but it's 3 a.m. my time, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. I definitely want to thank Smoke Monster for dropping by and hanging out as long as you have.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
This is great.
Yeah, for those of you in the chat, if you don't know who Smoke Monster is, I highly suggest you go check out his channel. Has absolutely phenomenal catalog of like arcade hardware, Mister stuff, all variety of RGB component stuff. It's phenomenal. Like even like a fantastic live stream you did where you go over every controller you own, which is a fantastic little video.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It means a lot. I love controllers.
Oh yeah,
especially third-party ones.
Oh, they're great. But all right, well, thank you guys for dropping by. I hope you have a wonderful day, evening, night, or whatever it is you're doing. All right. Bye, guys.
Night.
If I can find the button to end the stream. All right, you guys have a good night. Bye. All right, stream ended. I'm going to go ahead and hit the button here again, because apparently I have to hit it twice.